Chapter 25:31. Then may I ask what's stopping us from breaking through? Jianchen asked. He clearly cared about his future very much. Hun Zhang's expression became rather mixed. He sighed gently and stood up. He made his way to the edge of a cliff 100 meters away and stood there with his arms behind his back. He gazed at the hazy galaxy outside the Martial Soul Mountain and only said after a while of thought, "The main culprit preventing us from breaking through to Grand Prime is the laws of this world, the laws of the world." The laws of the world? Jianchen was taken aback. Clearly, he was surprised by this. That's right. It's the supreme laws of the world. The restrictions of the supreme laws have left the past seniors of our martial soul lineage helpless. This is because under the restrictions of the supreme laws, whenever you try to break through, you'll be suppressed by a mysterious and terrifying power. Before this power, no matter how powerful you are, you won't be able to resist. Deep fear appeared on Hun Zhang's face. He continued, "This mysterious power is far more powerful than any of us combined. Even with my current strength, I feel like I'm even more insignificant than an ant before it." Jianchen's heart skipped a beat. Hun Zhang's description made him think of the time when the Holy Emperor was unable to reach the Origin Realm on the Tian-Yuan continent. Although the origin energy of the Tian-Yuan continent had drained away due to the Enyang Saint Rock back then, there was still a chance for some unprecedented geniuses to reach the Origin Realm. For example, the Path Lord of Carnal Desires. In reality, origin energy was not the only reason why the Holy Emperor could not break through to the Origin Realm. There was another extremely important reason, which was the formation protector Shui had cast down in that world. It was this formation that prevented the Holy Emperor from reaching the Origin Realm, while the Path Lord of Carnal Desires tried to break through forcefully. In the end, he died in the formation. Did something similar happen to the martial soul lineage when they could not break through to the Origin Realm? Is it possible that some supreme expert has cast a curse, altering the laws of the world to target our martial soul lineage? Jianchen asked cautiously. A supreme being of a world was in existence whose body had transformed into the great Tao. They themselves represented the heavenly Tao. If there was really such an expert taking action, it wouldn't be difficult to achieve this step. Hun Zhang shook his head. Many of our seniors suspected this possibility in the past, but they all rejected it in the end. This is because in the generation before us, there was a senior who asked one of the 7 Grand Exalts, Senior Gu Dao, in hopes of finding a way to get out of it. However, even Senior Gu Dao, who was so knowledgeable and well-versed in the past and present, failed to discover any flaws. In fact, there were even seniors who attempted to make breakthroughs before Senior Gu Dao. However, the mysterious power that hindered us was something that not even Senior Gu Dao could detect. Jianchen was greatly shocked. The Grand Exalt of the ancient paths was in existence who had transformed into the Great Tao. Such a figure could influence the order of the world with just his will. He was a true sovereign of a world. However, even such a terrifying figure was unable to do anything about it. This left him extremely shocked. At the same time, Jianchen understood that something unknown must have happened after the death of the Grand Exalt of the Radiant Saint Hall, which was why the martial soul lineage could not break through to Grand Prime. This was because Jianchen was extremely certain that the Grand Exalt, the Master of the Tower of Radiance, was a member of the martial soul lineage through the method of the Exalted Saint. After thinking about it, Jianchen was in no hurry to tell Hun Zhang the secret of the method of the Exalted Saint. This was because it was just too shocking. He planned on revealing it to them after a while. It's a pity that I still can't pass on the method of the Exalted Saint, or I could keep some of it, thought Jianchen. Grand Exalt's cultivation methods involved the most profound mysteries of the world. The entire cultivation method was not recorded with words. Instead, it was a memory inheritance, a mental inheritance. With his current strength, he did not have the ability to engrave the Grand Exalt's cultivation method. In reality, the legacies of some grand primes or even chaotic primes had already surpassed the realm of written record. They were either passed on through mental imprints or passed on through inscriptions or diagrams of various shape. All of these, they involved the mysteries of the world. Without sufficient cultivation, it was impossible to achieve. After bidding farewell to Hun Zong, Jianchen returned to the sacred grounds of the Martial Soul Mountain alone. This time, he did not look at the cultivation method left behind, because he already had a Grand Exalt's cultivation method. He directly looked at the notes on cultivation left behind by his predecessors, as well as the abilities, secret techniques, and so on. These insights on cultivation have enlightened me greatly. Originally, I had no experience in cultivating martial soul force, but after looking through the insights left behind by the seniors, it has broadened my horizons quite a lot. Jianchen forgot about food and sleep. He stayed in the sacred grounds by himself, absorbing the various insights and comprehensions left behind by the seniors in an unbearable thirst. At the same time, in a small city on the distant Aqua Plain, a young girl sat cross-legged on the ground and cultivated. She held a few mid-grade divine crystals in her hands. As she cultivated, the energy within the mid-grade divine crystals constantly surged into her body, strengthening the girl's cultivation at all times. The girl's talent was clearly extremely great. Even though she was only a saint ruler right now, her rate of absorption was no slower than some Origin Realm expert. It might even surpass them. Because of that, with the assistance of the divine crystals, the speed at which the girl's cultivation increased was so fast that it was flabbergasting. The girl was Fong Jing. In the past, not only had Fong Jing Er's grandfather recovered from his wounds with Jianchen's assistance, but his cultivation had also skyrocketed. As soon as he woke up, he left Scarlet Water City with Fong Jing settling down in this small city. Fong Jing did not go out to sell maps either. Instead, she used the resources Jianchen had left to her and began to work hard on cultivation, increasing her strength. Her cultivation increased at an unbelievable rate. She did not face any bottlenecks at all from Heaven Saint Master to Saint Ruler. Her path was basically unobstructed. She was now a 9th heavenly layer Saint Ruler. At this moment, Fong Jing presence swelled. Her energy reached a new level in a single instance. At that moment, she broke through again, reaching the level of Holy Emperor. However, it was also at this moment that her body trembled violently. A mysterious door seemed to open in the depths of her memories, and a tremendous amount of memories immediately surged out. Ever since this memory appeared, Fong Jing aura and even her entire demeanor quietly changed, causing her to become more and more unfamiliar. Only after sitting there for 3 whole days did Fong Jing open her eyes. The moment she opened her eyes, an invisible pressure seemed to seep out. It carried an extremely profound profundity of the way as it shot out, causing the space before her to distort violently. As for the small wooden hut she used for cultivation, it turned into a pile of ashes and scattered with the wind. Immediately, Fong Jing was exposed to the outside world. Fortunately, the place where she lived was an extremely remote place in this small city. There was no one around, so she didn't attract anyone's attention. Chapter 2532. Soon after, she looked at her physical body with a complicated gaze. She was silent for a moment before her gaze landed on the wooden hut that had turned into ashes because of her. A trace of hesitation appeared on her face. Although I'm from the saint's world, I can't be heartless in the end. Whatever. Fong Jing murmured. She hovered in the air and extended a slender finger gently. The space in front of her seemed to ripple like a small stone thrown into a calm lake. In the next moment, a mysterious power appeared out of nowhere. The small wooden hut that had been reduced to ashes and scattered with the wind actually recondensed in its original position. In just a short instance, the wooden hut returned to its original state. It was exactly the same as before. Fang Jing walked into the wooden hut. She closed her hand gently, and the origin energy in the surroundings gathered, condensing into a brush and paper in her hand. Fang Jing left a note in the wooden house and left without any reluctance. As soon as she stepped out of the wooden house, her body suddenly disappeared. There were no pulses of energy, no power of laws, and no ripples of space. Fang Jing had just vanished into thin air, leaving behind no traces at all. The Red Flame sect was a rather renowned sect on the Aquaplane because they possessed a total of 3 infinite primes. They reigned over a region. The demonic Orchid Mountains were a mountain range that the Red Flame sect placed great importance on. Not only was the entire mountain range protected by the formations cast down by the Red Flame sect, but there were also several divine king realm elders of the Red Flame sect who watched over it all the time. This was because there was a high-grade divine crystal mine below the demonic Orchid Mountains. The disciples of the Red Flame sect mined the mine day and night, providing the Red Flame sect with a large amount of divine crystals every year. It had already become one of the sources of wealth for the Red Flame sect. On this day, a young girl arrived outside the demonic Orchid Mountains. Her feet did not touch the ground, and she arrived silently. She just stood outside the demonic Orchid Mountains and stared at the protective formation up ahead. None of the godhood experts in the demonic Orchid Mountains sensed her arrival, including the divine king realm elders. This little girl was none other than Fang Jing. However, the current Fang Jing, whether it was her deep gaze or the unfamiliar and cold temperament, was like a completely different person from before. If it wasn't for the fact that her appearance hadn't changed, she would really be mistaken for a different person. Suddenly, Fang Jing began to form hand seals with her hand. As she did so, her body actually became illusionary. In the end, she turned into a gust of wind and drifted towards the demonic Orchid Mountains at a steady pace. The gust of wind that Fang Jing had transformed into directly charged into the protective formation of the demonic Orchid Mountain. However, the formation that had been personally cast down by the ancestor of the demonic Orchid Mountain, which was enough to reach infinite primes, was completely useless before the gust of wind that Fang Jing had transformed into. Fang Jing passed through the formation without alarming it at all and entered the interior of the demonic Orchid Mountains. It's time to hand over the divine crystals. Everyone, hand over the divine crystals you've collected. The sect will reward you with contribution points based on the number and grade of the divine crystals you hand over. A god called out from outside a mine in the demonic Orchid Mountains. Inside the mine, burly, bare-chested cultivators walked out in a line. They all handed over the space rings in their hands that were specially used to store divine crystals. Nearby, 2 overgods from the Red Flame sect enveloped the surroundings with the senses of their souls. They monitored the surroundings and prevented anyone from stashing away divine crystals. The miners were not disciples of the Red Flame sect. Instead, the sect had recruited them at an extremely low price or forcefully captured them from everywhere. They were specially used to mine divine crystals for them. There's still half a month before we hand over all these divine crystals to the sect. However, the amount of high-grade divine crystals we've mined this year is much greater than before. It looks like we'll be able to exceed our quota this year. Once we exceed our quota, the sect will reward us with quite a lot of rewards. The 2 overgods chatted leisurely on a rock with their arms crossed. At this moment, a gentle breeze blew over, causing the clothes and hair of the 2 overgods to ruffle. However, they did not mind at all. This was because winds like this would frequently blow over in the demonic Orchid Mountains, so they had already become accustomed to it. After the breeze passed by the 2 overgods, it directly blew into the depths of the mine. At this moment, there was an endless stream of miners walking out of the mine. Everyone could feel the cool breeze blowing past them, but no one cared about it. In the end, the breeze directly reached the depths of the mine. The wind began to condense, turning into a girl. It was Fang Jing. This high-grade divine crystal mine should be able to recover quite a lot of my strength. Fang Jing looked around. Fang Jing looked around, and with a thought, the power of laws descended, shattering the mountain rocks. Large chunks of rock rolled down, blocking the way out. As for Fang Jing, she sat there with her legs crossed and entered a state of cultivation. She directly absorbed the energy of the high-grade divine crystal mine. The sight of her absorbing the energy was extremely shocking. Endless amounts of pure energy condensed into visible bands of light from all directions, gathering towards Fang Jing. As the bands of light increased, they gradually turned into a huge cocoon that enveloped Fang Jing. The entire cocoon was condensed from pure energy. At this moment, the energy within the cocoon was being devoured by Fang Jing like a whale sucking in water. It was absorbed and refined by her, causing her strength to increase rapidly. It was terrifying and shocking. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had already passed. Jianshan had spent 3 years in the sacred grounds of the Martial Soul Mountain to read through all the cultivation notes left behind by his predecessors. Although he had not cultivated martial soul force for very long, he had already accumulated a tremendous amount of experience and knowledge through what his predecessors had left behind. His understanding of martial soul force had reached a whole new level. Across the entire Saint's world, or even the entire Immortal's world, only the successors of the martial soul lineage could enjoy such a great fortune. This was because all the legacy imprints left behind in the outside world could not be passed on forever. Every single legacy would exhaust the power within the legacy imprint. Once the power was completely exhausted, the legacy imprint would lose its effects. Only the legacy imprints on the Martial Soul Mountain could remain eternal due to the protection and compensation from the mysterious power of the Martial Soul Mountain. As a result, none of the legacies would disperse due to exhaustion. Martial soul force can ignore the obstruction of God artifacts and directly attack the artifact spirit of God artifact. Only now have I learnt that martial soul force actually has such a wondrous use. Jianshan left the sacred grounds of the Martial Soul Mountain after 3 years and arrived in an open space on the Martial Soul Mountain. When he destroyed the Gloom Water sect, he had discovered the medium-quality God artifact Divine Hall from the Yushui sect. It had been placed here. Hun Zong and the others had not paid any attention to it. Although the Divine Hall was controlled by the artifact spirit, it had lost the ability to escape after arriving on the Martial Soul Mountain. This was because the Martial Soul Mountain was more powerful than it. Under the suppression of the Martial Soul Mountain's power, it was unable to escape from the range of the Martial Soul Mountain. Jianshan, don't even think about making me yield to you and serve you as my master. It's impossible. The artifact spirit of the Divine Hall resented Jianshan very much. As soon as it saw Jianshan, it immediately called out. Jianshan was unfazed. He arrived before the Divine Hall, and a black light suddenly flashed through his eyes. Martial soul force directly shot out and attacked the Divine Hall. Chapter 25-33. Although Jianshan's strength had not increased at all during his time in the sacred grounds, his understanding of martial soul force had reached a whole new level. At the same time, he finally understood how to use true martial soul force. As a result, although the martial soul force he used remained at the same level as before, its power was completely different from before. It had increased by far too much. After sending out a strand of martial soul force, Jianshan stared at the Divine Hall without blinking. He wanted to see the effects. What's this? Martial soul force? Is this the legendary martial soul force? Ha ha ha, you call this martial soul force? Jianshan, your martial soul force isn't even enough to tickle me. You're dreaming if you think you can harm me with martial soul force with your current strength. The artifact spirit laughed aloud. Its voice was filled with provocation and disdain. Come again. Continue. Let's see if you can threaten me at all with your current strength. Jianshan did not become angered at all. Instead, he smiled faintly. He also understood that his martial soul force was still very weak. It was nowhere near enough to harm the artifact's spirit of a medium-quality god artifact. The main reason he had come this time was to test whether martial soul force could really ignore the defenses of god artifacts and directly harm the artifact's spirit like the legacy imprint had said. Looking at it now, martial soul force did not disappoint him. He was extremely excited. This was because if his opponent possessed a god artifact, it would greatly increase their battle prowess. If his martial soul force became powerful, the advantage of his opponent's god artifact would decrease drastically when he fought in the future. 8th Junior, you should properly increase your martial soul force. If your martial soul force can reach my level, you'll be able to have some fun with the artifact spirit of this divine hall. Aoyama walked over from afar. He stared at the divine hall and smiled mysteriously. Just like this, Aoyama murmured. In the next moment, Jianshin immediately felt a powerful strand of martial soul force shoot out from Aoyama's forehead, directly stabbing into the divine hall. Immediately, the entire divine hall trembled gently. Afterwards, the artifact's spirit cried out, "If you're bold enough, come in and fight me. What's the point of using martial soul force to launch sneak attacks from outside? A casual strike from me can make him suffer a little. The artifact spirit of this divine hall isn't powerful. But that makes sense. Although it's a medium-quality god artifact, it's only at the bottom among medium-quality god artifacts," Qing Shan said indifferently. "It's time for me to properly increase my martial soul force," said Jianshin. The divine hall before him contained a tremendous amount of resources from the Gloom Water sect, including over a dozen droplets of hell water. He desperately wanted the artifact spirit to submit. This was because once the artifact spirit submitted, he would be able to take everything in the divine hall. However, the artifact spirit was just too stubborn. It refused to accept him. With his current strength, he was unable to forcefully subdue a medium-quality god artifact. Although the chaotic primes of the martial soul lineage could do it, Jianshin had never considered asking for help. Subduing god artifacts required his own strength. "Let's go. I'll take you to the place where martial soul stones are collected. Martial soul stones are extremely important to increase your martial soul force." Aoyama left with Jianshin. Before long, Aoyama took Jianshin into a cave. The cave was very deep. There were traces of human excavation in the surroundings, making it seem more like a mine. Very soon, Jianshin arrived at the very bottom of the cave under Aoyama's lead. It was an extremely spacious, circular hall. Dazzling, violet crystals covered the walls and the surroundings, shining with dazzling light. It was quite mesmerizing. These are martial soul stones. In the entire Saints world, only our martial soul mountain can produce martial soul stones. The disciples of our martial soul lineage all rely on martial soul stones to increase their martial soul force. That's because martial soul stones contain pure martial soul force. Not only will absorbing the martial soul force within the martial soul stones increase our martial soul force, but it can also recover our martial soul force. If we don't use martial soul stones, it'll be extremely slow to condense martial soul force through our own cultivation. Aoyama looked at the violet crystals embedded in the rock as he explained to Jianshin in detail. Martial soul stones are extremely special. When they fuse with the martial soul mountain, the martial soul force within them won't decrease. However, once they're extracted, the martial soul force will rapidly drain away and return to the martial soul mountain. As a result, martial soul stones can't be stored for long periods of time like divine crystals. Once they're extracted, you need to absorb as much martial soul force as possible before it disappears. Is there no way to take the martial soul stones away? Jianshin asked. Aoyama shook his head. There isn't. There's no way to take the martial soul stones away because once they leave the martial soul mountain, all the martial soul force within them will drain away and return to the martial soul mountain. As a result, you need to absorb the martial soul stones here. Afterwards, Aoyama warned Jianchen about the areas he needed to pay attention to before patting Jianchen's shoulder. He said, "8th Junior, cultivate here at ease. If there's anything you don't understand, you can come out and ask your seniors." Aoyama left the mine, while Jianchen arrived before the rock face. He condensed sword chi at the tip of his finger and stabbed it into the rock face to extract the martial soul stones. Extracting the martial soul stones was not difficult. Very soon, a fist-sized, violet crystal fell to the ground. Jianchen picked up the violet crystal and sensed it silently. As expected, he could sense extremely pure martial soul force within the violet crystal. However, the martial soul force was flowing away at an extremely rapid rate. At this rate, all the martial soul force within the martial soul stone would be drained away in less than half a day, returning to the martial soul mountain. Jianchen did not absorb it immediately. Instead, he thought of various methods to stop the martial soul force from flowing away. However, in the end, he was unable to stop it no matter what he did. He could only watch as the martial soul stone in his hand vanished. It really can't be stored for long periods of time. I can't take it away. Jianchen sighed inside. He gave up on the idea of collecting some martial soul stones. He extracted another martial soul stone before sitting down to cultivate. The martial soul force within the martial soul stone turned into thin ribbons of energy that entered Jianchen's forehead. Jianchen practiced the method of the Exalted Saint and began to formally practice the Grand Exalt's cultivation method. Grand Exalt's cultivation method was a publicly acknowledged supreme legacy in the current world. It was a creation of the world and contained the mysteries of the ways. It was extremely profound and powerful. It was unquestionable. As he practiced the cultivation method, the thin ribbons of energy in the martial soul stone immediately became several times larger. The martial soul force in the martial soul stone immediately flowed away at a faster rate, forming a ribbon of light that connected to Jianchen's forehead. Chapter 25-34. The martial soul stone that shone with a violet light rapidly dimmed in Jianchen's hand. The martial soul force within it drained away rapidly. However, Jianchen's martial soul force increased at a rate that was rarely seen in his life. It was so fast that Jianchen was overjoyed. 4 hours later, the martial soul stone in Jianchen's hand dispersed due to exhaustion. Jianchen opened his eyes at that moment as well. I can only absorb roughly half of the martial soul force within the martial soul stone. The other half will disperse into the surroundings and return to the martial soul mountain. However, even if I can only absorb half of it, it's still enough for me to make an extremely obvious improvement, Jianchen murmured to himself as his eyes shone. It's only been 4 hours, yet I've made an extremely obvious improvement. If I cultivate here for a few years or even longer, I wonder just how much my martial soul force will increase? And, as my martial soul force rapidly strengthens, my rate of absorption will become faster and faster. Jianchen was excited. He continued to cultivate in anticipation of the future. Time passed silently. Unknowingly, Jianchen had already cultivated in the mine for over half a year. During that time, he had mined over 1,000 fist-sized martial soul stones. With the assistance of the martial soul stones, his martial soul force increased extremely rapidly. It had already reached godhood. Moreover, only half a year had passed. He still had a lot of time ahead of him. As martial soul force increases, radiant saint force increases as well. After all, martial soul force is a combination of a fighter and a radiant saint master. As a result, radiant saint force is at the same level as martial soul force. However, the increase in martial soul force is restricted by the laws of the hallowed. Is it really impossible to comprehend the laws of the hallowed of our martial soul lineage to Grand Prime? Whatever. I'm still extremely far away from the 9th heavenly layer of chaotic prime anyway. I'll cultivate in peace first. I'll worry about the future in the future. At the same time, in the demonic Orchid Mountains controlled by the Red Flame sect on the distant Aquaplane, a divine hall that was a supreme quality saint artifact stood at the peak of the demonic Orchid Mountains. 3 elders of the Red Flame sect resided in the divine hall. 2 of them were at Mid-Divine King, while 1 was at Late Divine King. The 3 of them guarded the demonic Orchid Mountains all year round, in charge of the safety of the mountain range. The position of an elder and the cultivation of a divine king made them supreme figures in the Red Flame sect. The 3 of them were sent here, so they naturally lived like princes. They spent all their time in seclusion, ignoring the matters of the outside world. They rarely emerged unless something extremely important happened. On this day, an overgod disciple of the Red Flame sect rushed in hurriedly and reported to the 3 elders who were in seclusion. Elders, bad news, bad news. The high-grade divine crystal mine in the depths of the demonic Orchid Mountains is losing a large amount of energy. The divine crystals that should have been high-grade have fallen to mid-grade. There's not a single high-grade divine crystal left in the entire demonic Orchid Mountains now. What did you say? An old voice rang out. A white-robed old man appeared before the attendant. He was stern. The high-grade divine crystal mine was the most precious treasure of the Red Flame sect. It could even be described as the foundation of the sect. It was directly linked to the future of the Red Flame sect, so they could not allow anything to happen to it. A high-grade divine crystal mine has fallen to a mid-grade divine crystal mine. How is that possible? 2 more figures appeared behind the old man. The 3 elders of the Red Flame sect who were stationed here had all been alerted. Elders, please go take a look. The divine crystal mine is losing energy faster and faster. If this continues, the mid-grade divine crystals will probably fall to low-grade, the attendant said in a panic. Elder Dong, go take a look yourself, the white-robed old man said to a mid-divine king elder behind him. The divine king referred to as Elder Dong nodded and directly left the divine hall. He expanded his powerful senses of the divine king's soul, enveloping the entire demonic Orchid Mountains and deep underground. The divine crystal mine below the demonic Orchid Mountains really is losing energy rapidly, but it's all gathering in one place. Elder Dong found the reason very quickly with his divine king's senses of the soul. With a single movement, he made his way to the mine. In a few seconds, he arrived at the very depths of the mine. In the end, he stopped before a stone wall that was as smooth as a mirror. Elder Dong stared at the stone wall for a while before bellowing out, "It's actually a concealment formation. Humph, which thief is bold enough to steal the divine crystal mine of our Red Flame sect?" Elder Dong directly slashed out with his sword. Boom! With a loud bang, the concealment formation in front of him suddenly exploded. The chaotic world in the mine flew everywhere, revealing the scenery inside. A beautiful woman of 18 sat on the ground and cultivated. She wore extremely cheap, coarse clothes. The pure energy of the high-grade divine crystal mine gathered over from all directions, forming a thick, white mist around the woman. The woman's figure was faintly discernible within the swirling clouds. She seemed to be filled with a celestial aura, as if she was a celestial in the clouds. The woman was Fong Jing. "Who are you? Don't you know that the demonic Orchid Mountains are the territory of our Red Flame sect? Tell me who you are, or don't blame old man for being rude to you." Elder Dong stared at Fong Jing with a sunken face. Even though he could tell with a single glance that Fong Jing was only a peak god, he did not act rashly. This was because the sight of Fong Jing absorbing energy right now was just too shocking to him. Someone who was only a god was actually able to gather all the energy in the mine. Moreover, she absorbed energy so quickly that even a mid-divine king like him could not compare to her. All of this demonstrated that the woman before him was definitely not a simple figure despite her low cultivation. Fong Jing's eyes remained closed. She pursed her lips gently. "How dare a mere Xian immortal of the 9 heavens act so rudely to me? Kneel." As soon as Fong Jing finished speaking, a powerful power of laws descended, turning into an invisible mountain that pressed down on Elder Dong. Elder Dong's face suddenly changed. He became utterly shocked. The power of the laws that had suddenly appeared was like the ocean in his senses. It was vast and boundless, impossible to resist at all. With his cultivation as a mid-divine king, he was as puny as an ant before the laws. He could not put up any resistance at all. Thump! Elder Dong directly knelt on the ground. His knees shattered, creating two small pits in the tough rock below him. He stared at Fong Jing in fright. His forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he was utterly terrified. He wanted to beg for mercy, but he discovered that he could no longer make a sound. He did not have the strength to speak at all. I would never kill a mere Xian immortal of the 9 heavens, but unfortunately, you're from the saints' world. Since you're from the saints' world, only death awaits you, said Fong Jing. There was an air of superiority in her tone, as if she was judging a criminal. She coldly pronounced Elder Dong's death sentence. Bang! Elder Dong's body immediately exploded, turning into a bloody mist that rained down. Elder Dong, who was at the mid-divine king realm, didn't even make a sound before his body and soul perished. P.S. Recently, many readers have been complaining that they haven't seen any new chapters even though they've opened the page many times a day. It's very difficult for them to wait for new chapters. Actually, whenever Xiaoyao released new chapters, he would notify them on his official WeChat account. At the same time, there would be a link to the official version on his WeChat account as well. There are also some readers who follow the Chaotic Sword God on other platforms. However, some platforms would not update for half a month at all. Other readers have already seen the new chapters every day, but some readers are still stuck on the chapters from half a month ago. As a result, in order to receive updates as soon as possible and see the new chapters, please follow Xiaoyao's official WeChat account, Xinxing Xiaoyao 110. It was the pseudonym of Xinxing Xiaoyao. There was also a number for the police, or you could directly search for Xinxing Xiaoyao on the official WeChat account. Chapter 2535. After Elder Dong's death, Fong Jing slowly opened her eyes. She stared at Elder Dong's corpse calmly and murmured, "There are 9 heavenly Xian immortals in the demonic flower mountains. Now that I've killed one of them, the other 2 will sense it very soon. I can't let them leak the news here, or immortal monarchs will be drawn over. My soul is too weak right now, so the laws I can use are limited. I can't fight immortal monarchs for now." Fong Jing stood up and flew outside. Along the way, many miners and disciples of the Red Flame sect entered and exited the labyrinthine mine. Fong Jing turned into a gust of wind and drifted outside. No one could sense her. She did not attack the regular miners, but whenever she passed by the disciples in the attire of the Red Flame sect, they would all die. In a single instance, several dozen disciples had died in the mine. Their unexpected deaths unsettled all the miners in the mine, causing them to fall into an uproar. At the peak of the demonic Orchid Mountains, the other 2 elders of the Red Flame sect who guarded the Supreme Quality Saint Artifact Divine Hall walked out of the Divine Hall together. They stood at the entrance of the Divine Hall and used the senses of their souls to peer into the mine below. "Oh no, Elder Dong is dead." At this moment, the late Divine King Elder's face changed as he cried out. The other Divine King Elder's face became extremely ugly as well. He also cried out, "Several dozen disciples have died for no reason in the mine." The 2 of them looked at each other, and could see the seriousness in each other's faces. The late Divine King Elder immediately called out, "Notify the sect. It's already too late." At this moment, a woman's voice rang out from nowhere. A gust of wind appeared before the 2 Divine King Elders of the Red Flame sect, and Fong Jing appeared before them silently. "Who are you?" The elder's face changed, and he immediately called out. "You don't have the right to know my name," Fong Jing said coldly. With that, the power of laws that were terrifying to the 2 Divine King Elders suddenly appeared. It turned into an invisible mountain and crushed down on them with devastating power. Bang! With a muffled sound, the two divine king elders directly exploded. Their souls had been wiped out. Fang Jing's face changed slightly as well. She had become rather pale. This was because she had expended too much of her soul. She extended a finger and collected the space rings of the two divine king elders. Afterwards, she turned into a gust of wind again and drifted through the demonic flower mountains. Immediately, the disciples of the Red Flame sect who stood guard around the demonic flower mountains collapsed one after another. All of them had been wiped out, but there were no wounds on them at all. Their deaths were rather strange. Before long, all the disciples of the Red Flame sect in the demonic flower mountains had died. Only a few miners remained standing there in fear. They had no idea what to do. They wanted to take advantage of the chaos to flee, but the entire demonic flower mountains was enveloped by formations, cutting it off from the world. With their strength, it was impossible for them to escape. After killing the disciples of the Red Flame sect, Fang Jing returned to the depths of the mines as a gust of wind. She continued to absorb the energy of the divine crystals. She completely ignored the miners trapped there. The energy of the divine crystals rapidly drained away. As Fang Jing's strength increased, she absorbed the energy faster and faster. As Fang Jing focused on cultivating, the miners trapped in the demonic flower mountains all stopped digging. Instead, they gathered in an empty area outside the mine. They gradually calmed down from their initial fear and uneasiness. This was because they had discovered that the people who had died were all disciples of the Red Flame sect. Not a single one of the miners who did not belong to the Red Flame sect had died. This led them to guess that the mysterious expert probably had grievances with the Red Flame sect and would not harm them. This allowed them to be completely at ease. Fortunately, all of them were sitting cross-legged here and quietly cultivating. When we cultivate, we must remember not to take the energy from the divine crystal mine. We can only absorb the origin power that wanders between the heavens and the earth. The miners warned each other. The energy ripples from the divine crystal mine deep underground grew stronger and stronger. In the end, it was no longer concealed, and everyone could sense it clearly. This allowed them to understand that the mysterious expert who had killed all the disciples of the Red Flame sect had not left. He was still cultivating in the mines. However, no one was bold enough to enter the mines to investigate. A year later, the high-grade divine crystal mine in the demonic flower mountains had been completely drained of energy. The entire mine had dried up. Due to the lack of energy, the formation around the demonic flower mountains automatically shut down and lost its effects. The protective formation has vanished. Let's go. Let's go. At this moment, the miners trapped in the demonic flower mountains suddenly called out. Afterwards, all of them fled outside as quickly as they could. In the blink of an eye, all the miners had fled. Several hours later, several figures flew over from afar and stopped in the air above the demonic flower mountain. There were 4 people in total who had come. They were all divine king cultivators. They all looked down sternly. The miners have disappeared, the formation has shut down, and the 3 elders who watched over this place have all disappeared. Something really has happened to the demonic flower mountains. What happened here? Why can't I sense any pulses of energy from the mine at all? The mine has dried up. How is this possible? The expressions of the 4 elders from the Red Flame sect changed drastically. Disbelief filled their faces. The depletion of the high-grade divine crystal mine was definitely a huge blow to the Red Flame sect. In the next moment, the 4 elders flew towards the mines with panicked expressions. The Red Flame sect could afford to lose 3 elders, and they could afford to lose a year's worth of the mine. However, they could not afford to lose the entire mine. However, just as they were about to approach the mines, 4 powerful strands of sword chi shot out of the mines as 4 silver-white streaks. They pierced the heads of the 4 elders with lightning speed. The 4 divine king elders were wiped out before they could even react. Fang Jing emerged from the mines emotionlessly. Her current cultivation had reached early Divine King. With a wave of her hand, Fang Jing stowed away the space rings of the 4 Divine King Elders. She looked in the direction of the Red Flame sect and murmured, "With the strength of my soul, I can deal with immortal monarchs. There are 3 immortal monarchs in the Red Flame sect after all. The resources there should be enough for me to recover quite a lot. The mysteries of the Heavenly Heart technique really is wondrous. Whether it's the rate at which I absorb energy or recover cultivation, it's several times faster than other experts, or even over 10 times faster." Fang Jing directly made her way to the Red Flame sect as she murmured to herself. Several days later, the protective formation around the Red Flame sect continued to function as usual. However, rivers of blood had already flowed within the sect. The Red Flame sect, which had over 100,000 disciples, had been wiped out. From the 3 great elders to the weaker Origin Realm disciples, all of them lay in pools of blood. Fang Jing sat in the central square of the Red Flame sect. Many space rings were piled up before her, as well as a terrifying amount of heavenly resources and cultivation resources. She, on the other hand, was using these cultivation resources to restore her own cultivation. Chapter 2536. Time flew by like an arrow. Unknowingly, 10 years had already passed. 10 years was just the blink of an eye in the Saint's world. However, the Aqua Plane was no longer peaceful during those 10 years. Ever since the silent destruction of the Red Flame sect with 3 infinite primes in the past 10 years, several sects and organizations had been destroyed in various places on the Aqua Plane as well. Without any exception, the sects that had been destroyed were all ancient organizations with infinite primes. No one knew who the culprit was. Even when a few primordial realm experts used their ability to turn back time, they were unable to see the culprit's appearance. For a moment, all the ancient organizations on the Aqua Plane panicked. Basically, all the sects were on high alert. Even a few eternal organizations with chaotic primes secretly raised their guard. At the same time, they paid close attention to the entire Aqua Plane in an attempt to find the culprit's whereabouts. Fang Jing stood in a building in a city in a white dress within an everlasting empire in the central region of the Aqua Plane. She stared into the distance in a daze. 10 years later, not only had she become more mature than before, but she also had an otherworldly temperament. She was like a fairy who didn't eat the food of mortals. However, it was possible to tell from her cold eyes that there was a cold, killing intent hidden behind her gentle appearance. Just a glance from her was enough to make people shiver. Currently, her cultivation base was already at the late Divine King realm. The further I go, the more difficult it will be to recover. The cultivation resources I need will multiply. Who knows when I'll be able to return to my peak condition in this foreign land. But now, many sects on the Aqua Plane have already become cautious. I can't stay here any longer. It looks like it's time for me to leave. A hazy figure enveloped by the light of ways sat in the heavenly palace of Bishing on the Prosper Plane. Thousands of laws interwove above his head as the mysteries of the ways evolved. They crossed through time, peering into the past and the future. This person was clearly using a divine ability to perform a divination. As he deduced, the light of the great path that condensed around him instantly boiled. The sound of the great path rumbled like thunder, and the order of the world seemed to be affected and disturbed. It caused the 5 elements of the world around him to be reversed, yin and yang to be in disorder, and the laws of the world to be in chaos. "We've finally found the last strand of Gu Dao's soul," said the figure. It was hard to tell if the voice was male or female. He stopped his divination technique, causing the chaotic space around him to gradually calm down. "One heart." His voice was like the sound of the heavenly ways. It passed through the various obstructions and reached another place in the heavenly palace of Bishing. With that, the first majesty of the heavenly palace of Bishing, Exian, appeared silently. Her face was filled with respect as she clasped her fist, Disciple Exion greets Master. May I ask what orders Master has for me? Go to the Heaven-Splitting Clan on the Nine Clouds Plain and retrieve the last strand of Gu Dao's soul from the Heaven-Splitting Ancestor, the Anata Grand Exalt said coldly, leaving no room for doubt. The last strand of Senior Gu Dao's soul is actually in the hands of the Heaven-Splitting Ancestor. Exion was deeply surprised by this outcome, but she clasped her fist soon afterwards. Yes, Master. Jianchen sat on the fortune jade and cultivated in the cave where martial soul stones were mined. Silver-white strands flickered in and out of existence around him. They seemed to revolve around him. The increase in martial soul force was restricted by the laws of the hallowed. His martial soul force had already reached the peak of his current level of cultivation. It was impossible for his martial soul force to continue growing before he made a breakthrough with the laws of the hallowed. Now, he used the fortune jade to comprehend the laws of the hallowed. It's been 10 years, and my laws of the hallowed have only reached early over God. With this speed, it'll probably take me over 100 years at the very least to comprehend the Divine King's realm even with the assistance of the fortune jade. It'll take me 100 years to reach the Divine King's realm. Who knows when I'll reach the primordial realm? Jianchen opened his eyes as a sliver of helplessness appeared on his face. He had finally found a way to increase his martial soul force quickly after so much difficulty, yet he was restricted by the laws of the hallowed, preventing his martial soul force from advancing any further. He felt extremely regretful. After all, he did not have a golden core for the laws of the hallowed. As a result, the speed at which he comprehended the laws of the hallowed was naturally incomparable to the laws of strength, the laws of fire, and the laws of space. In reality, Jianchen had used less than 10 years to comprehend the laws of the hallowed to such a level. Even with the entire Saints' world in perspective, he was probably unprecedented. He was a true monstrous genius. After all, his comprehension of the laws of the hallowed had come from nothing, slowly progressing step by step. It was unlike the reincarnations of some great experts, who would possess the comprehension of their previous life after recovering their memories. As a result, their strength would recover extremely quickly. I wonder what's going on with the Tianyuan family right now. I can't stay on the Martial Soul Mountain for over 100 years. It looks like I can only come here and absorb martial soul stones after my comprehension of the laws of the hallowed increases, Jianchen thought. After making up his mind, Jianchen immediately stood up and left. He arrived before the medium-quality god artifact Divine Hall again. The soul-destroying technique is an offensive secret technique I have grasped. Artifact Spirit, in the past, you mocked my martial soul force for only being able to scratch an itch for you, so let me continue scratching that itch for you with the soul-destroying technique. Jianchen said to the Divine Hall before him. With that, he closed his eyes and secretly used the secret technique. The use of secret techniques for martial soul force was completely different from other god-tier battle skills. Some battle skills required the use of both hands to form seals, while the secret techniques for martial soul force could be directly used to control martial soul force in the sea of consciousness. Jianchen had chosen a few secret techniques that were more suitable for him to practice in the sacred ground. However, he had always been busy with increasing his martial soul force and comprehending the laws of the hallowed, so he never had the time to practice and use the secret technique. Only now did he finally find an opportunity. Come. Do you think I'm afraid of you? With your puny martial soul force, you're only qualified to scratch an itch for me, the artifact spirit said scornfully. Although it said that, it still felt nervous inside. After all, martial soul force was just too wondrous. It could directly break through the obstruction of the Divine Hall and harm its spirit. Now that 10 years had passed, it had no idea just how much Jianchen's martial soul force had increased. Jianchen sat down with his eyes closed. He did his best to control his martial soul force and condense the soul-destroying technique. As this was the first time he was using the technique, Even though he knew all the methods and techniques, it was not extremely smooth. He failed several times. After several hours, Jianchen finally condensed the soul-destroying technique. His eyes suddenly snapped open, and they became pitch black. Powerful martial soul force gathered between his eyebrows. However, in the next moment, the martial soul force that had gathered between his eyebrows collapsed and dispersed. He had failed on his first attempt. Ha ha ha, so this is your so-called martial soul-destroying technique. The Divine Temple's artifact spirit, who had been on guard all this while, could not help but laugh out loud when he saw this. Jianchen's expression did not change. Instead, he closed his eyes again and tried to condense the soul-destroying technique again. This time, he used even less time to condense the technique. In just 2 hours, he succeeded. His eyes suddenly snapped open, and they immediately became pitch black. It was as if endless, black mist was surging wildly. It was breathtaking. Chapter 25:37. The Divine Hall shook gently. Vaguely, Jianchen seemed to hear a grunt from the artifact spirit. Jianchen could not help but smile. He knew that the soul-destroying technique he possessed was enough to cause some trouble for the artifact spirit. Of course, it would only be trouble. After all, his current martial soul force was only equivalent to an early overgod. If it were not for the fact that his martial soul force could ignore the defenses of the Divine Hall and directly attack the artifact spirit, he would not have been able to do so. He probably would not even be able to scratch an itch for the Divine Hall. After all, the greatest advantage of the artifact spirit of the Divine Hall was that it could use artifacts to fight. As a medium-quality god artifact, infinite primes would not be able to do anything to it. However, once the powerful shell that they relied on lost its function, they would become very weak. Martial soul force just happened to be the bane of the artifact spirit. Artifact spirit, I wonder if scratching an itch is comfortable? Jianchen sat on a rock before the Divine Hall and seemed to be smiling. Humph, it's comfortable, it's comfortable. It's far too comfortable. Jianchen, kid, keep going. Why have you stopped? Is it because you don't have the ability to keep going? The artifact spirit of the Divine Hall snorted in provocation. I've only just grasped the soul-destroying technique, so I can't use it as I please. I can use it with a single thought, so I just happen to need some practice. Since you're so eager for me to scratch an itch for you, I'll do as you wish, Jianchen said indifferently. With that, he closed his eyes and condensed the soul-destroying technique again. He can actually use it a second time? Using a secret technique like that will definitely take quite a toll on him. Let's see how many times he can use it. The artifact spirit that hid in the Divine Hall murmured softly. It had already become cautious. Although the soul-destroying technique from before was unable to injure it, its attacking power was enough to affect it somewhat. Once or twice was fine, but if it were to be used a few more times, even if it wouldn't be injured, the feeling would still be unbearable. Afterwards, Jianchen sat before the Divine Hall and used the soul-destroying technique time and time again. As he used it more and more, he gradually became more and more comfortable with condensing the soul-destroying technique. The interval between each use decreased from once every 2 hours to twice every 2 hours, and then 3 times every 2 hours. Whenever Jianchen's soul-destroying technique landed on the artifact spirit, the Divine Hall would tremble gently. At the same time, the trembling would become greater and greater as Jianchen used the soul-destroying technique more and more. Comfortable, so comfortable. This feeling is just too wonderful. I've been alive for millions of years, but I've never experienced such a wonderful feeling. Jianchen, hurry up. The artifact spirit's voice rang out. In reality, its face had already begun to twist as it hid in the Divine Hall. It endured 7 or 8 consecutive attacks from the soul-destroying technique. Every single attack landed on its mind with great precision. Although it was not injured, the feeling was just too horrible. It was like an ordinary person experiencing pain similar to a headache. Although a headache would not harm their soul, it would definitely be horrible. Right now, the artifact's spirit was experiencing pain like that. Finally, after using the soul-destroying technique over a dozen times, Jianchen stopped. He had basically run out of martial soul force. The time it takes to condense the soul-destroying technique has already been shortened to 5 minutes. Although it's still quite far from being able to condense it with a thought, it's still quite an improvement. Jianchen stood up and began making his way towards the cave where the martial soul rock was mined. Jianchen, why aren't you continuing? Are you leaving just like that? I still haven't had enough. The artifact spirit's provocative voice rang out from behind. Only when Jianchen completely vanished did the artifact spirit finally let out a long sigh of relief. He's finally gone. If this continued, I would definitely go insane from the torture. Why did I have to encounter this god-damned martial soul force? With the martial soul rock, it was extremely easy for Jianchen to recover martial soul force. He could directly mine it and absorb the martial soul force inside. At the same time, Jianchen's rate at absorbing martial soul force had become extremely fast. The next day, his martial soul force had recovered to its peak condition. Afterwards, he left the cave and returned to the rock before the divine hall. He used the artifact spirit to practice. Seeing Jianchen, the artifact spirit could not help but launch a verbal attack. It mocked and provoked him. However, Jianchen ignored it. He could not be bothered with it. He used the soul-destroying technique as soon as he arrived. Several hours later, Jianchen used the soul-destroying technique over a dozen times. He left after running out of martial soul force. He returned to the cave where the martial soul rock was mined to recover. On this day, the rate at which he condensed the soul-destroying technique increased once again. The time he took to condense the soul-destroying technique increased from once to twice. Afterwards, Jianchen used the artifact spirit to practice the soul-destroying technique every day. Finally, after a month of practice, he became even more familiar with the soul-destroying technique. He only needed 10 seconds to condense the soul-destroying technique every time. 10 seconds is still too long. I need to reach the level of instantaneous release with a single thought. Only then will I be able to catch them off guard. Jianchen was still dissatisfied. He continued to practice diligently. However, the further he progressed, the more difficult it became. After another 3 months, Jianchen finally reached the level where he could use the soul-destroying technique freely. He could instantaneously release the soul-destroying technique with a single thought. It was also at this moment that he finally grasped a secret technique for martial soul force. The secret technique could make his attacks with martial soul force even sharper and more powerful. Of course, the artifact spirit of the Divine Hall had been tormented by Jianchen in the past few months as well. It felt like he was in purgatory. After living for tens of thousands of years, he truly understood what it was like to live a day like a year and what it was like to live a living hell. Its attitude towards Jianchen changed time and time again. In the beginning, it constantly provoked him, mocking him all day long. However, from the second month onwards it became silent. It would often go days without saying anything. In the final month, the artifact spirit of the Divine Hall seemed to be driven mad from the torture. It stopped being silent and directly began to curse. Now I can practice the second secret technique. This secret technique is called the heaven-severing technique. The heaven-severing technique is extremely powerful. It's specially used against powerful opponents who are far more powerful than me. However, the heaven-severing technique is extremely draining. It can be regarded as a trump card. Every time I use it, it will consume half of my martial soul force. The more powerful my martial soul force is, the more powerful the heaven-severing technique will be. With first senior brother Hunzong, second senior brother Chujian, and third senior brother Yu Chao's martial soul force, they'll probably be able to directly obliterate some weaker grand primes once they use the heaven-severing technique. Chapter 2538. Jianchen began to practice the heaven-severing technique. The difficulty of practicing the heaven-severing technique was indeed incomparable to the soul-destroying technique. Not only was this because the heaven-severing technique was more profound and required a stricter control over martial soul force, but the most important factor was that the heaven-severing technique consumed an extremely large amount of martial soul force. With Jianchen's current martial soul force, he could use the soul-destroying technique over a dozen times in a single go. As a result, he grasped the soul-destroying technique extremely quickly. However, no matter how vast his martial soul force was, it would consume half of his martial soul force every time he used the heaven-severing technique. After 2 uses, his martial soul force would be completely depleted, and he would need to replenish it. Condensing the heaven-severing technique is far more difficult than condensing the soul-destroying technique. It's already been half a month. I've condensed the heaven-severing technique countless times, but I haven't succeeded even once. All my martial soul force has been consumed when I failed to condense it. Half a month later, Jianchen emerged from the mine. He sat down on the rock before the divine hall again and sank into his thoughts. In the past half a month, he replayed the process of condensing the heaven-severing technique every single time, along with all the details. He did his best to find the reason for his failure. During this time, the artifact spirit that had been making a fuss fell silent for once. It did not continue to provoke Jianchen with words. God damn it. God damn it. Jianchen is practicing a new secret technique for martial soul force again. It looks like he's going to continue experimenting on me. What do I do? What do I do? Do I continue to discourage him? Do I use words to disturb his mind and distract him from comprehending the secret technique? But if I anger him, will he continue to use the soul-destroying technique against me? In reality, the artifact spirit had been paying attention to Jianchen the entire time. It was extremely uneasy. It really did not want to experience the hellish days of being tortured by the soul-destroying technique again. It wanted to disturb Jianchen and interfere with Jianchen's cultivation, but it was overcautious. It had no idea what to do at that moment. Jianchen sat there for 3 days. 3 days later, he finally used the heaven-severing technique again. Martial soul force surged rapidly in his soul, slowly condensing towards a single point. This process lasted for an entire day. Finally, a small black sword that only Jianchen could sense condense in his soul. The black sword was completely condensed from half of Jianchen's martial soul force through a secret technique. It contained extremely condensed martial soul force. It's finally condensed. Jianchen immediately rejoiced when he saw the small black sword. In the next moment, with a thought, the small black sword in his soul immediately shot out from his forehead as an invisible pulse, vanishing from the divine hall in a single instance. The divine hall began to tremble violently as if someone was spasming. The artifact spirit that hid in the divine hall finally let out a miserable cry. Jianchen could not help but smile when he heard the artifact spirit's cry. It seemed like the heaven-severing technique had made the artifact spirit suffer quite a bit. Artifact spirit, how do you feel now? Jianchen seemed to be smiling. Jianchen, you despicable person. You're always using martial soul force to launch sneak attacks on me. What's so great about that? If you really have the ability, remove the suppression from the martial soul mountain and let me have a fair battle with you, the artifact spirit said furiously. A fair battle? Is there any fairness in this world? If there really was fairness, the Elder of Mountains and Seas of your Gloomwater sect wouldn't be hunting me down everywhere as a grand prime. Jianchen's voice became rather cold. The artifact spirit was tongue-tied. For a moment, it was actually rather powerless to refute him. It was an artifact spirit after all, not an eloquent and crafty old fox. After quite a while of silence it continued, Jianchen, why don't we make a deal? Stop using martial soul force to attack me, and I'll give you hell water. Jianchen stared at the divine hall calmly and said indifferently, It looks like you're rather afraid of the heaven-severing martial soul technique. Although the heaven-severing martial soul technique can't harm your core right now, it can cause you great pain. However, I'll make it clear. Unless you accept me as your master, you can just stay here obediently and become a target for me to practice the secret technique of the martial soul. Don't even think about making me yield to you. The artifact spirit declined without any hesitation. It was straightforward and decisive, leaving no room for negotiation. In the following period of time on the martial soul mountain, the artifact spirit would constantly cry out. The artifact spirit's miserable cries could be heard from time to time. The heaven-severing technique was far more powerful than the soul-destroying technique. It brought great pain to its mind. As a result, the artifact spirit was tortured to an extremely miserable state by Jianchen during this period of time. It would often wail like a ghost, just short of crying out for its parent. However, it was stubborn. It would rather endure the great pain than yield to Jianchen. Jianchen spent 5 years practicing the heaven-severing technique. After 5 years, he finally reached the level where he could use it instantly. 8th junior brother, you've mastered the heaven-severing martial soul technique so quickly? On this day, Aoyama found Jianchen. He immediately sighed in amazement when he saw Jianchen use the heaven-severing technique with such ease. He arrived before Jianchen and could not help but study Jianchen properly. He praised from the bottom of his heart, 8th junior, no wonder your strength has increased so quickly. When I heard you killed a 9th heavenly layer infinite prime last time, I was shocked for quite a while. Looking at you now, you really are a rare genius of the saints' world. Compared to you, the prodigies nurtured by those peak organizations can only carry your shoes. You flatter me, Senior Aoyama. I was just lucky. Jianchen stood up and clasped his fist towards Aoyama. You don't have to be modest. I know just how difficult it is to practice the heaven-severing technique. It's not something that can be learnt through luck alone. Aoyama continued, Oh right, 8th junior, the heaven-splitting ancestor of the 9 clouds plane seemed to be interested in you in the past. He even sent people to forcefully take you back on the desolate plane. Jianchen nodded, that's indeed the case. Senior Aoyama, you've suddenly mentioned this. Has something bad happened? No. There's no bad news, but there is some good news. Aoyama chuckled. Clearly, he was in an extremely good mood. He took pleasure in Jianchen's misfortune. 8th junior, you've been practicing the secret technique all day, ignoring the outside world. You probably don't know that something that has shaken up the entire saints' world has happened. What's so serious that it can shake up the entire saints' world? Jianchen was curious. Chapter 2539. What? The heaven-splitting ancestor is being hunted down by the first majesty of the heavenly palace of Bishing? Jianchen was shocked when he heard that. The heaven-splitting ancestor was a peak expert who stood at the apex of the saints' world, second only to Grand Exalt. His strength was unimaginable. A figure like that could shake up the entire saints' world. If there were no grievances that could not be resolved, even peak experts at the same level would not be willing to offend him. This was because any 9th heavenly layer Grand Prime was a great figure who possessed great abilities. Once they were offended, there would be quite a lot of problems in the future. Yet now, Jianchen actually heard that the first majesty of the heavenly palace of Bishing, Exin, was actually hunting down the heaven-splitting ancestor. While he was stunned, he also felt extremely shocked. On one hand, he was perplexed by why the heaven-splitting ancestor would come into conflict with the first majesty of the heavenly palace of Bishing. On the other hand, he was shocked by the first majesty's strength. He had never thought that the heaven-splitting ancestor would actually be hunted down by the first majesty of the heavenly palace of Bishing as a 9th heavenly layer Grand Prime. This allowed Jianchen to sense just how terrifying the first majesty's strength was once again. It's very rare to see a battle of this level in the saints' world. Right now, basically all the peak experts in the Saints world are paying attention to this matter, Qing Shan discussed enthusiastically. He was in high spirits and he seemed extremely excited. It felt like the First Majesty of the Heavenly Palace of Bishing was not the First Majesty of the Heavenly Palace of Bishing but himself. Senior Oyama, why are they fighting? Jianchen asked. An ancient piece of jade silently appeared in his hand. It was covered in the inscriptions of ways. The First Majesty of the Heavenly Palace of Bishing had given the jade to him when he returned the Unata Tower. With the jade, he did not need to worry about the Elder of Mountains and Sea's innate ability finding him at all. Unfortunately, he did not know that the Elder of Mountains and Seas was already dead back then, so the jade was not very useful to him. Aoyama shook his head. I don't know why they're fighting either. However, I heard that the heaven-splitting ancestor has been utterly humiliated this time. He's been hunted down by the First Majesty of the Heavenly Palace of Bishing for several years, and he's still on the run even now. At this moment, Hun Zong walked over from afar. He said to Jianchen, 8th Junior, I heard that you once assisted the current master of Poseidon Palace in the Azure Poseidon Palace. May I ask if that's true? Yes, there was indeed such a thing. But at that time, it was merely a transaction between me and Xiaoman. May I know why eldest senior brother has suddenly asked about this? Jianchen spoke while his heart was filled with bewilderment. Hun Zong said in thought, the Azure Poseidon Palace has always been on the Nine Clouds Plain under the protection of the heaven-splitting ancestor. As a result, no one in the Saints' world dared to set their sights on the Azure Poseidon Palace. However, ever since the First Majesty of the Heavenly Palace of Bishing killed her way onto the Nine Clouds Plain, the protective formations of the heaven-splitting clan shattered. The heaven-splitting ancestor was hunted down by the First Majesty of the Heavenly Palace of Bishing, fleeing across the entire Saints' world. Now that the heaven-splitting clan is leaderless, many peak experts have snuck onto the Nine Clouds Plain in an attempt to take the Azure Poseidon Palace by force. As a result, the Azure Poseidon Palace fled from the Nine Clouds Plain. Now there are many experts in pursuit of the Azure Poseidon Palace. Jianchen became rather stern when he heard that. A man's wealth was his own ruin. Xiaoman and Ziyun possessed an extremely precious high-quality god artifact like the Azure Poseidon Palace, even though they were not powerful enough. It would naturally lead to quite a lot of trouble for them. After all, he had been hunted down by many Grand Primes when he possessed the Anata Tower in the past. After all, Ziyun and Xiaoman were not him. Under the divinations of Grand Primes, the two of them would have nowhere to hide. As for the Azure Poseidon Palace, it would only be able to protect them temporarily. It looks like the two of them are in danger, thought Jianchen. Although he did not have a close relationship with Xiaoman and the others, he still found it rather difficult to watch them be harmed. Jianchen, do you have the confidence to rope in the new master of the Azure Poseidon Palace? Hun Zong stared at Jianchen with shining eyes. Jianchen was slightly stunned when he heard that. The martial soul lineage had existed for a very long time, and their cultivation methods formed their own system. Was there a need to rope in the Azure Poseidon Palace? Hun Zong sighed gently. A sliver of worry appeared on his face. He said, a few protector swords have suddenly appeared in the Radiant Saint Hall. Every single protector sword possesses astonishing power. With the assistance of these protector swords, the Radiant Saint Hall's strength has increased by several levels. They've become the most powerful organization on the desolate plain now. Our martial soul lineage has lost the right to oppose the Radiant Saint Hall, so we need to rope in allies. Protector swords? Jianchen became doubtful. He had spent some time in the Radiant Saint Hall. Although he did not know much about the heritage of the Radiant Saint Hall, he had a rough idea. Since when did the Radiant Saint Hall possess protector swords? I can try, but I can't guarantee anything, said Jianchen. Hun Zong nodded. if the new master of the Neptunian Divine Palace allies with our martial soul lineage, at the very least, our martial soul lineage will be able to protect them before they become powerful, and we won't be greedy for anything on them. However, if she joins the other peak organizations, she probably won't end up well. A high-quality god artifact might not be able to tempt a supreme expert like the heaven-splitting ancestor, but it's extremely tempting to many grand primes in the saints' world. As a result, you're helping her and not harming her. Let's go. Let's go see the new master of the Azure Poseidon Palace. Hunzong arrived at the top of the martial soul mountain with Jianchen and Aoyama. Before long, Chu Jian, Yu Chao, Yun Ziding, Su Qi, and Bai Rufeng arrived as well. The 8 successors of the martial soul lineage were currently gathered together. 8th Junior, may I ask how confident you are in roping in the new master of the Azure Poseidon Palace and getting her to ally with us? Su Qi stared at Jianchen. Clearly, she cared about this matter very much. After a moment of thought, Jianchen said, "Actually, I don't have much confidence either. I can only try my best." Su Qi nodded. Her face was filled with helplessness. She sighed gently. Originally, our martial soul lineage was no weaker than the Radiant Saint Hall, but once the Protector Swords appeared, the gap between our strength immediately widened, forcing us to seek outside help. 8th Junior, we'll be relying on you this time. Roping in the Azure Poseidon Palace is only the first step. In the future, our martial soul lineage needs to establish as many allies as possible, or our martial soul lineage will be in danger, Chu Jian said sternly. The appearance of the Protector Swords of the Radiant Saint Hall made all of them feel great danger. Hunzong glanced past everyone and said, "We'll talk about that in the future. Right now, let's use the power of the Mountain Soul to go over. The Azure Poseidon Palace seems to have been trapped. Alright, let's hurry up. P.S. Recently, many readers have been complaining about not being able to see any new chapters despite opening the page many times a day. It's very difficult to wait for new chapters. Actually, when Xiaoyao updated every day, he would notify them on his official WeChat account. At the same time, there would be a link to the original version on his WeChat account. There are also some readers who follow the Chaotic Sword God on other platforms. In the end, some platforms would not keep up with the updates for weeks to week. The other readers have already seen the new content every day, but these readers are still stuck on the updates from weeks to weeks ago. As a result, in order to let you know about the updates as soon as possible, please follow Xiaoyao's official WeChat account, Xingxingxiao110. Pinyin was the pseudonym of Xiaoyao, Xinxing. There was also a number for the police, or you could directly search for Xinxing Xiaoyao on the official WeChat account. Chapter 2540. 9 stone platforms the size of millstones stood at the top of the Martial Soul Mountain. They formed a formation there, and each platform was connected by many inscriptions. Jianchen knew that this was the secret to using the power of the Mountain Soul to cross through endless space and appear anywhere in the Saint's world when he looked at the 9 platforms. The Mountain Soul did not refer to the soul of the Martial Soul Mountain. Instead, it referred to the power manifested by the Martial Soul Mountain. However, the Martial Soul lineage referred to this power as the Mountain Soul. As a result, the Mountain Soul's name came from this. The formation formed by the 9 platforms was crucial to drawing on the power of the Martial Soul Mountain to connect to the outside world. Jianchen had absorbed a lot of knowledge regarding the Martial Soul lineage during his time in the sacred grounds. Although he could not claim to know everything, he understood most of it. He knew that he needed at least 5 people to activate the formation. Moreover, the 5 people had to be members of the Martial Soul lineage. They could not be replaced by outsiders. Moreover, the more people who took part in activating the formation, the more terrifying the power of the Mountain Soul would be. At this moment, Hunzong, Chu Jian, Yu Chao, Yun Ziding, Su Qi, Bai Rufeng, and Aoyama all sat on the platforms. Jianchen no longer hesitated when he saw this. He made his way to an empty platform and sat down. He looked at the ninth platform beside him and thought, I wonder when the ninth successor of the martial soul lineage will appear. He could not help but think about the glorious era when all 9 successors of the martial soul lineage appeared. However, Jian Chen shivered in the next moment. He felt like his soul seemed to form an extremely obscure connection with the martial soul mountain at that moment. It felt like he had fused with the martial soul mountain, where there was no distinction between the two. Afterwards, he felt a wave of dizziness. In a daze, he seemed to see endless galaxies flickering and the starry sky changing. This feeling only lasted for a few seconds. When Jianchen returned to his senses, he discovered that he had arrived in a completely foreign region of space. There were many asteroids and shattered star fragments drifting about in this region of space. There was also a violent energy that filled the entire region. Jianchen looked at the martial soul mountain below him and discovered that it had become an illusion completely condensed from energy. In that short amount of time, he had left the martial soul mountain, traversing an unknown distance and appearing in an unfamiliar region of space. The martial soul mountain sure is wondrous. Just the speed alone is incomparable to teleportation formations that can take people to other planes. Most importantly, it doesn't consume any 5-colored divine crystals at all, Jianchen exclaimed inwardly. At this moment, a huge roar came from behind. Jianchen immediately looked in the direction of the voice. He saw an azure divine hall hovering in the air in the distance. It shone with a dazzling blue light, forming an unbreakable curtain of light that enveloped the divine hall. Outside the curtain of light was a huge chain. It shone with blinding light as it wrapped around the divine hall, completely trapping it. The several dozen primordial realm experts all surged with energy as they used their various abilities to keep the divine hall at bay. There were a total of 7 grand primes among the several dozen primordial realm experts. The rest were chaotic primes. When Jianchen saw the azure divine hall trapped by so many experts, his face immediately sank. This was because the divine hall was the azure Poseidon Palace. The people of the martial soul lineage have actually come as well. I never thought that even the martial soul lineage would become interested in the azure Poseidon Palace. However, Hunzong, I have to make it clear beforehand. Before the azure Poseidon Palace runs out of energy, none of us are allowed to fight among ourselves, just in case the azure Poseidon Palace manages to slip away. It was impossible for the mountain soul's arrival to be hidden from these peak experts. Even from very far away they discovered it immediately. Immediately, an old voice rang out. The other party was a Grand Prime. His voice boomed like thunder, reverberating through the entire region of space. Then what happens after the azure Poseidon Palace runs out of energy? Hunzong replied from the mountain soul. Once it runs out of energy, it'll obviously be up to our own abilities. A peak expert said coldly. Up to our own abilities? Alright then. Hunzong sniggered and controlled the martial soul mountain to approach the azure Poseidon Palace. I'll contact the artifact spirit of the azure Poseidon Palace and see if I can form an alliance with the azure Poseidon Palace through 8th Junior. If they're willing to form an alliance, we'll take action, Hunzong said to the people of the martial soul lineage secretly before sitting down. Jianchen immediately sensed a strand of extremely obscure martial soul force seep out from between Hunzang's eyebrows, carefully spreading towards the azure Poseidon Palace. Martial soul force had always been difficult for others to sense. Coupled with Hunzang's careful control, even the Grand Primes present failed to sense the strand of martial soul force. Martial soul force could ignore all forms of energy. Hunzang's strand of martial soul force passed through all the energy seals without any obstructions. Without alerting anyone, it gently came in contact with the azure Poseidon Palace. The Grand Primes around the azure Poseidon Palace constantly stared at the martial soul mountain. They paid close attention to the martial soul mountain's every movement. They were extremely stern. Among them, a few of them even looked at the martial soul mountain in fear and caution, something that rarely happened. The martial soul lineage was renowned across the Saints' world. Although they were unable to break through to Grand Prime, no one dared to underestimate the successors of the lineage. This was because many experts who had fought against the martial soul lineage in the past still felt lingering fear towards martial soul force. Even though they had already become Grand Primes, they did not dare to underestimate the successors of the martial soul lineage as long as they had not reached a higher level of Grand Prime. Hunzong, why aren't the people of your martial soul lineage doing anything? At this moment, an old voice rang out. An old man had spoken. He saw how Hun Zhang's eyes remained shut, so he felt that something was amiss. We've just crossed through space, so we obviously need to recover. Moreover, draining the energy of the Azure Poseidon Palace isn't something that can be done in a day or two. Why are you in such a hurry? Hun Zhang said calmly. At the same time, Xiao Man and Ziyun stood together in the Azure Poseidon Palace. Their faces were filled with worry and anxiety. Clearly, they understood the situation of the outside world very well. They understood their current situation extremely well. What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? If this continues, the energy of the Poseidon Palace will run out one day. Xiao Man paced around frantically. She had completely lost her mind. Xiao Man, don't be too happy. The heaven-splitting ancestor will definitely come back to save us. His battle with the First Majesty of the Heavenly Palace of Bishing should end soon. Ziyun spoke in a comforting manner. However, a deep uneasiness was also present on her devastatingly beautiful face. At this moment, a short old man appeared silently. He said to Xiao Man, "Little Master, Hun Zong of the martial soul lineage has contacted me. He said that the martial soul lineage wants to ally with Little Master. If Little Master is willing to ally with them, the martial soul lineage will help us break free." I don't want to listen, I don't want to listen. I don't want to ally with them. They make it sound nice, but they're actually lying to us. Do they think I'm that easy to trick? Xiao Man shook her head and said in irritation. Chapter 2541. Xiao Man's face immediately changed when she heard Jianqin's name. Her eyes lit up as she stared at the old man and cried out, "What did you just say?" Jianqin. Jianqin is outside. Isn't that brother Jianqin? Even Ziyun's eyes lit up when she heard Jianqin's name. She suddenly stared at the old man as the light in her eyes flickered with a wondrous light. There was a sliver of undisguised eagerness and excitement. Jianqin? Is it really him? It's been so many years. I wonder how he's doing, Ziyun thought. She could not help but think about how she had met Jianqin in the past. The old man nodded. It's that Jianqin, but he seems to have become a successor of the martial soul lineage now. I want to see Brother Jianqin. Let Brother Jianqin in. I want to talk to Brother Jianqin, Xiao Man said excitedly. Back in the Heaven-Splitting clan, she had used the Pernite ore as a condition for the Heaven-Splitting ancestor to save Jianqin, but in the end, Jianqin vanished from the desolate plain. She had no idea where he had gone, which filled her with regret for a very long time. Now, she had finally heard news about Brother Jianqin again after so many years. She was extremely excited. Although she had not known Jianqin for very long, Jianqin had assisted her when she first met him on the spatial battleship, which filled her with gratitude towards Jianqin. Afterwards, in the Azure Poseidon Palace, she and Ziyun had been hunted down by many Divine King realm experts. They had been forced into a corner, and in the end, it was only because of Jianqin's assistance that the two of them managed to survive. Moreover, she had even obtained the recognition of the master of the Azure Poseidon Palace without Jianqin's assistance. Not only did Xiao Man develop trust in Jianqin after the series of events, but she even began to rely on him slightly. She began to treat Jianqin as her own brother. That's probably impossible. The Azure Poseidon Palace has already been suppressed by the combined efforts of so many experts. Even if Jianqin wants to come in, he won't be able to. The artifact spirit of the Azure Poseidon Palace was bitter. What do we do then? Xiao Man's face became bitter. Her head hurt. Xian hesitated before saying to Xiao Man, we're almost out of options now. Once the Azure Poseidon Palace runs out of energy, we'll end up in the hands of those people. At that time, it'll be very difficult to say what will happen to us. If that's the case, why don't we just ally with the martial soul lineage? Jianshan is a member of the martial soul lineage after all. I think that no matter how bad it is, allying with the martial soul lineage will be better than the experts pursuing us relentlessly. Ziyun's words clearly carried a lot of weight in Xiao Man's heart. Xiao Man immediately nodded when she heard that. She said, all right then. Since Brother Jianshan is a member of the martial soul lineage, let's ally with the martial soul lineage for Brother Jianshan's sake. I believe Brother Jianshan will never harm us. Han Zong, why haven't the people of your martial soul lineage taken action yet? Are you conserving your strength so that you can reap the benefits when we run out of energy? Another expert called out from outside the Azure Poseidon Palace. When he saw how Han Zong remained seated on the martial soul mountain, he felt that something was amiss. Martial soul force is extremely profound. If you're not a successor of the martial soul lineage, you won't be able to understand its mysteries at all. Han Zong, are you secretly tampering with the Azure Poseidon Palace through the wondrous powers of martial soul force? A person in violet and gold armor asked. Battle intent surged from him as the power of slaughter revolved around him. This person was the ruler of a large clan in the Saints' world. He was extremely powerful. At the same time, he was the only expert who did not take the martial soul lineage seriously among all the peak experts present. Han Zong slowly opened his eyes. He looked at everyone and smiled mysteriously. He said, whatever. Since everyone wants our martial soul lineage to take action, let's do it. Martial soul array. Han Zong called out. A gleam of light flashed through Jianshan's eyes when he heard that. From Han Zhang's actions, he could already tell that Xiao Man had agreed to the alliance. Without any hesitation, he immediately formed the Martial Soul Array with the others. The Martial Soul Array was a renowned formation that the Martial Soul lineage used in battle. It was not complicated, so Jianshan had already grasped it back in the sacred grounds. As soon as the Martial Soul Array was used, Jianshan immediately felt his vital energies merge with the others, surging towards Han Zong. As a result, Han Zong possessed the power of 8 people from the Martial Soul lineage. Moreover, as the Martial Soul Array was formed, even the illusionary mountain soul below them seemed to fuse with Han Zong. As a result, Han Zong could draw on the mountain soul's power as he wished. Immediately, Han Zhang's presence began to surge. Tremendous energy pulsed from him like a tsunami, producing terrifying shock waves that caused space to ripple. Something's amiss. Everyone, be careful. The expression of the expert in violet and gold changed, and he immediately warned them. Han Zong was clearly using his full strength. He just wanted to waste away the power of Poseidon's palace. There was no need for him to do this. Han Zong, what are you trying to do? At the same time, the other Grand Primes bellowed out furiously. They were all on guard. Oh no, he wants to break free from our suppression of Poseidon's palace. Stop him. The expert in violet and gold understood Han Zhang's intentions very soon, so he immediately warned them. However, it was already too late. Han Zong had already arrived before Poseidon's palace. In a single moment, he unleashed 5 soul-destroying techniques. The 5 techniques turned into 5 invisible swords that directly stabbed into the chains that bound Poseidon's palace. The chains were a medium-quality god artifact. They played a very great role in binding Poseidon's palace. Arg! Immediately, a painful cry rang out from the chains. Han Zhang's soul-destroying techniques were extremely powerful. They were far more powerful than Jianshan's. With the 5 techniques, the artifact spirit of the medium-quality god artifact was heavily injured, causing the chains to dim. As for Hunzong, he had already used his full strength when he unleashed the soul-destroying technique. The power of the 8 successors of the martial soul lineage and the mountain soul had gathered on him, making him unprecedentedly powerful. He directly threw out a punch. The power was so terrifying that it shattered space and created a hole in the seal that the Grand Primes had created around Poseidon's palace. He directly grabbed a section of the chain with his left hand and pulled hard. With a clatter, the entire chain was ripped out of the Neptunian divine palace. Immediately, Poseidon's palace regained its freedom. Hunzong! The armored king bellowed out furiously. He directly stabbed his spear towards Hunzong from afar. Immediately, the spear shone with blinding light. Terrifying energy gathered and pierced through space with the power of the ways of the world, directly appearing before Hunzong. Hunzang's eyes suddenly darkened. He stared at the spear as invisible martial soul force erupted. Immediately, the spear trembled and dimmed. It slowed down as well, allowing Hunzong to dodge it with ease. Hunzong, your martial soul lineage has actually ruined my plans. At the same time, the other peak experts were furious as well. They all condensed the power of ways, turning them into multicolored, terrifying attacks that pierced through space and enveloped Hunzong. They all understood the power of Hunzang's martial soul force, so they did not dare to use god artifacts. They were afraid that the artifact's spirit would be damaged, which would weaken the god artifact. At this moment, the palace of Poseidon's palace had already turned into a blur. It charged out as quickly as it could and landed on the mountain soul of the martial soul mountain. It shrank to the size of a fist and hovered before Jianchen. Jianchen, our young master trusts you very much. Don't let the young master down. I'll leave it to you for now. We'll talk about the rest once we leave this place. The artifact spirit of the palace of Poseidon's voice rang out in Jianchen's head. With a flash, Hunzong appeared on the martial soul mountain as well. He looked at the palace of Poseidon's palace that hovered before Jianchen and smiled faintly. He said, "We've already achieved our objective. There's no need to waste energy on a pointless battle with them. Let's go back." Hunzong. Chapter 2542. Let's go. Hunzong called out, and the martial soul mountain that hovered in outer space suddenly vanished. It vanished along with the 8 successors of the martial soul lineage and the Azure Poseidon Palace. The powerful attacks from the Grand Primes and the other Grand Primes landed where the martial soul mountain had vanished. Devastating energy shook up space, causing the vast expanse of outer space to fall into eternal darkness. Even with so many people, they were unable to stop the martial soul mountain from leaving. I never thought that after spending so much effort, the martial soul lineage would benefit in the end. A Grand Prime old man sighed at the sky. His face was filled with reluctance and helplessness. The other experts hovered in outer space as well, staring in the direction where the martial soul mountain had vanished. While they were furious, they also felt helpless. The eyes of the king in the purple-gold battle armor were ice-cold, and his expression was extremely ugly. He let out a cold snort, and with a flash of his body, he left the area. All the peak organizations that had taken part in the battle for the Azure Poseidon Palace had worked for nothing in the end. The martial soul lineage had taken away the Azure Poseidon Palace with ease. The colossal martial soul mountain hovered silently in an extremely distant region of outer space. It moved about without any pattern. Jianchen, Hunzong, and the others suddenly appeared on the martial soul mountain. They had already crossed an extremely great distance with the Azure Poseidon Palace, returning to the martial soul mountain. However, everyone's gazes were fixed on the Azure Poseidon Palace that had shrunk to the size of a fist in Jianchen's hand. They all smiled. "I never thought that the alliance with the Azure Poseidon Palace would be so simple," said Jianchen's 5th senior sister, Su Qi. She was clearly extremely happy. Hunzong chuckled when he heard that. He said, "8th junior brother played a huge role in the success of the alliance this time. If it weren't for 8th junior brother, the master of Poseidon Palace would never be willing to work with our martial soul lineage. Haha, 8th Junior really has brought quite a lot of luck to our martial soul lineage. Those peak organizations tried everything they could, but they were unable to rope in Poseidon's palace. However, our martial soul lineage succeeded as soon as we took action. It's all because of 8th Junior, Yu Chao praised. The people of the martial soul lineage were clearly extremely happy to have successfully allied with the Poseidon Palace. Although the master of the Azure Poseidon Palace was still very weak right now, just the Azure Poseidon Palace, a high-quality god artifact, would be of great help to the martial soul lineage. If the martial soul lineage waged war in the future, the Azure Poseidon Palace would be equivalent to a tough, mobile fortress. After all, the true martial soul mountain could not be controlled. When they used the power of the mountain soul to cross through space, they could only appear in outer space. They could not descend on the 49 Great Plains or the 81 Great Planet. Moreover, the mountain soul was not invincible. Once it encountered an extremely powerful opponent, the mountain soul's power could disperse. In terms of defense, the mountain soul was nowhere close to a high-quality god artifact. However, the addition of the Poseidon Palace made up for the martial soul lineage's only weakness when waging war. Bang! With a heavy explosion, the Poseidon Palace expanded to several thousand meters in size in an open area on the martial soul mountain. It landed heavily on the ground. If it were not for the fact that the martial soul mountain was extraordinary in the first place, just the fall of the Poseidon Palace probably would have been enough to shatter a mountain. Jianshan stared at the Poseidon Palace before him and smiled faintly. He smiled faintly. He knew that the Neptunian Divine Palace had done this on purpose because it was a divine hall controlled by an artifact spirit. Even if it possessed terrifying gravity that could crush the sky, it could still be controlled to be as light as a feather. It would never cause something like this. The martial soul mountain really is extraordinary. I feel like it's even more mysterious than the rumors. I've tested it out earlier. I can't shake the martial soul mountain at all with my current strength. Moreover, as soon as I arrived on the martial soul mountain, I could vaguely sense a very powerful pressure hidden in the darkness. Once the pressure erupts, I probably won't be able to leave the martial soul mountain. Little master, just stay here. Don't go out. The short old man from the artifact spirit said sternly within the Azure Poseidon Palace. He feared the martial soul mountain very much. I believe Brother Jianshan won't harm me. If he really wants to harm me, I'll just accept it. Xiao Man was ready to throw caution to the wind. She did not listen to the artifact spirit's advice at all. She immediately flew out of the Poseidon Palace. Ziyun followed closely beside Xiao Man. As they drew closer and closer to the entrance, she discovered that her heart was beating faster and faster uncontrollably. The heroic figure that Jianshan had once left in her mind would appear frequently, unable to be erased. Finally, the two sisters made it out of the Poseidon Palace. Standing before the majestic entrance, they saw Jianshan fighting alongside the 7 other successors of the martial soul lineage with a single glance. Brother Jianshan, I've finally found you! Xiao Man cheered. Like an orphan who had found her long-lost family, she was extremely excited. She immediately rushed over and grabbed Jianshan's arm intimately. Ziyun stood at the entrance of the Poseidon Palace as she smiled. Her gaze remained fixed on Jianshan the entire time. On the surface, she appeared to be calm, but in reality, her heart was not calm at all. Xiao Man, you've grown up. Jianshan smiled. Xiao Man seemed like a woman in her 20s now. She was no longer the little girl he had first met. Moreover, Xiao Man's strength had improved tremendously as well. She had reached late reciprocity, only a step away from godhood. Afterwards, Jianshan looked at Ziyun again. He nodded at Ziyun with a smile as a greeting. It's been several decades, but he hasn't changed at all apart from becoming stronger, thought Jianshan. For some reason, she suddenly felt extremely peaceful the moment she saw Jianshan. It was as if the sense of danger she felt when she and Xiao Man ran around the Poseidon Palace in the past few years had completely vanished at that moment. It was as if she had floated from the stormy sea to a peaceful island, where she had found a place to shelter herself from the wind and rain. Afterwards, the two of them exchanged some pleasantries before formally entering the discussion of an alliance. "We can form an alliance, but I'll only talk to Brother Jianchen. Apart from Brother Jianchen, I don't want to talk to anyone else," Xiao Man said firmly. Chapter 2543. At this moment, Jianchen, Xiao Man, and Ziyun sat around a stone table in an elegant garden within Poseidon Palace. Although Jianchen had come as a representative of the martial soul lineage to discuss the details of the alliance with Xiao Man, the three of them did not talk about the alliance for a very long time. Instead, they began to chat casually. Xiao Man, on the other hand, seemed to have suddenly found someone she could rely on after seeing Jianchen. She told him about all the grievances, worries, and fears she had gone through in the past few years. She even began to sob when she talked about how she had been surrounded by so many experts. She was so pitiful that it made people want to take pity on her. All the Pernight ore in Poseidon Palace has ended up in the heaven-splitting ancestors' hands? Jianchen naturally learnt about the deal between Xiao Man and the heaven-splitting ancestor, which made his face change slightly. Although the Pernight ore was only a high-grade god-tier material, he had learnt from the samsaric immortal Exalt that it was nowhere near as simple as it seemed on the surface. This was because the Pernight ore was an essential material for forging a super weapon. Once the super weapon was forged, it would be a disaster for the Immortals' world and Demons' world. Back in Poseidon Palace, I was so weak that I struggled to even approach the Pernight ore, so I couldn't take it away. Originally, I planned on using other items to exchange for the Pernight ore from Xiao Man once I became stronger. I never thought the Pernight ore would end up in the heaven-splitting ancestors' hand. Jianchen thought, plans really can't keep up with the changes. He failed to take the Pernight ore back then, but he never thought he would miss out on it forever. This was because he understood that since the Pernight ore had ended up in the heaven-splitting ancestors' hands, there was no hope for him to take it back unless he was powerful enough to not fear the heaven-splitting ancestor. However, the heaven-splitting ancestor was a 9th heavenly layer Grand Prime. He was one of the most powerful experts, only second to Grand Exalt. He stood proudly in his world. He could not even deal with the weakest chaotic prime right now, so the difference between him and the heaven-splitting ancestor could not be described as an insurmountable chasm. But why does the heaven-splitting ancestor need so much Pernight ore? However, Jianchen was also curious. High-grade god-tier materials were very precious, but they did not seem to interest an expert like the heaven-splitting ancestor. "Brother Jianchen, where did you go after leaving the desolate plain? Brother Jianchen, when did you join the martial?" Afterwards, Xiao Man was like a curious child. She began to ask about Jianchen's experiences and matters in the past few years. Ziyun would chime in from time to time as well. In the blink of an eye, a day and night had passed. Jianchen saw how Xiao Man showed no signs of stopping, so he finally could not help but interrupt her. "Xiao Man, let's discuss the specifics of the alliance." An alliance? Xiao Man's eyes swiveled around. In the end, she glanced at Ziyun and giggled. "It's not like I know anything about alliances, so I might as well let Sister Ziyun discuss it with you. As long as Sister Ziyun decides on something, I'll follow it unconditionally. Sister Ziyun, you have to have a good talk with Brother Jianchen. I'm going to go cultivate first." "With that," she said. After saying that, Xiao Man made a funny face at Ziyun before running off. At the same time, she said secretly, "Sister Ziyun, I've created an opportunity for you to meet Brother Jianchen alone. You have to grasp it well." "Little girl, what are you talking about?" Ziyun blushed slightly. She could not help but spit on the ground gently. She glanced at Jianchen from the corner of her eye rather guiltily as her heart thumped. Even the Divine King could not hide Xiao Man's message from her at such a low level of cultivation, let alone Jianchen, who was even stronger. As a result, Ziyun knew that Jianchen must have heard Xiao Man's message earlier. This girl must have done it on purpose, she cursed inside, but she actually felt some sweetness and eagerness. Miss Ziyun, since Xiao Man has given you the choice, you can represent the Azure Poseidon Palace to discuss the specifics of the alliance with our martial soul lineage. Jianchen's voice rang out. His expression was natural, without any abnormalities at all. It was as if he had not heard Xiao Man's message at all. Ziyun immediately felt a slight sense of disappointment when she saw how Jianchen acted like he knew nothing. However, she did not show it. She sucked in a deep breath and began to formally discuss the alliance with Jianchen. The details of the alliance were very simple. It was just an agreement between the martial soul lineage and the Azure Poseidon Palace. The martial soul lineage would be responsible for protecting the Azure Poseidon Palace, protecting the master of the Azure Poseidon Palace before she became powerful. All the Azure Poseidon Palace needed to do was provide some assistance as a high-quality god artifact when the martial soul lineage waged wars against the outside world. Very soon, Jianchen finished explaining the requests and suggestions from Hunzong and the others. The greatest enemy of your martial soul lineage is the Radiant Saint Hall. Allying with the martial soul lineage is equivalent to using the Radiant Saint Hall to replace the peak experts who have been chasing us through outer space. Alright, no problem. I agree to allying with you on behalf of Xiao Man. At the very least, we can continue cultivating here peacefully after allying with you. Ziyun agreed without any hesitation, as the martial soul lineage's request was very simple. It did not involve too many benefits. Moreover, the Azure Poseidon Palace would take most of the benefits, so there was nothing to consider. If that's the case, I'll go tell my seniors about the decision. Jianchen immediately stood up after witnessing everything. He was about to leave the Azure Poseidon Palace. Jianchen! Ziyun leapt to her feet and called out at Jianchen's back. Jianchen paused. He looked back at Ziyun and said, Miss Ziyun, is there anything else? The light in Ziyun's eyes flickered when she saw how doubtful Jianchen was. She gritted her teeth and mustered up the courage to say, Aren't you going to stay a little longer? Why are you in such a hurry to leave? There was some hidden bitterness in her voice. It's fine. My seniors are still waiting for me to tell them about the decision. We'll all be on the Martial Soul Mountain in the future anyway, so we'll have plenty of opportunities to meet. Jianchen replied politely before leaving the Azure Poseidon Palace without looking back. Chapter 2544. From then onwards, a divine hall appeared on the Martial Soul Mountain, which was the Azure Poseidon Palace. The master of the Azure Poseidon Palace, Xiao Man, rarely appeared after coming to the Martial Soul Mountain. Instead, she spent most of her time on cultivation. She deeply understood the importance of her strength after the various experiences she had gone through in the past few years. As a result, she worked extremely hard on cultivation. As for Ziyun, she would move around the Martial Soul Mountain frequently. Apart from visiting the 7 other successors, she would spend most of her time wandering around Jianchen's seclusion location. However, ever since Jianchen came to an agreement with the Alliance, he entered secluded cultivation. He completely ignored the matters of the outside world. Even though Ziyun had visited where Jianchen cultivated many times, she did not disturb him. She only stood there quietly as she stared at Jianchen. After a while, she left in disappointment. In the blink of an eye, the Azure Poseidon Palace and the Martial Soul Mountain had already formed an alliance for 10 years. During those 10 years, the Martial Soul Mountain was peaceful. Even though many peak experts knew that the Azure Poseidon Palace was on the Martial Soul Mountain, none of them dared to come. Jianchen did not continue to practice the secret techniques of martial soul force during those 10 years either. Instead, he refined his 4th strand of profound sword chi. He sat on an empty piece of land as sword chi swam around him. Invisible sword intent revolved around him, sometimes strong and sometimes weak. As a result, he would erupt with streaks of light from time to time, illuminating the entire martial soul mountain. After 10 years of refining, his fourth strand of profound sword chi had reached an extremely crucial moment. 10 kilometers away, Ziyun stood on a rock in a white dress. She possessed a beauty that outshone the moon. Even though she was not as beautiful as Shangguan Mu, she was still beautiful enough to bewitch all the people in the world. Countless men wanted to kneel before her. She stood there quietly as she stared at Jianchen with her pitch-black eyes. It's been 10 years. It's already been 10 years. Ever since he emerged from the Azure Poseidon Palace 10 years ago, I haven't spoken to him at all. I wonder when he'll end his cultivation. Ziyun stared at the figure in the distance silently as she sighed inside. Today, she stayed there quietly for 2 hours just like before. She was about to leave. However, at this moment, an extremely powerful strand of sword chi suddenly appeared in the distance. A finger-sized strand of silver-white sword chi hovered above Jianchen's head. It shone with blinding light, as dazzling as the sun. The sword chi seemed to possess a mysterious power that could ignore the defenses of the body and directly affect the soul. Ziyun, who originally wanted to leave, stopped subconsciously. She could not help but look at the strand of sword chi above Jianchen's head. Immediately, she felt a piercing pain in her eyes. Even her soul felt like it was being ripped apart, as if it had been pierced by thousands of strands of sword chi. What kind of divine ability is this? I only took one look at it and my primordial spirit was almost injured. Ziyun was shocked. She immediately closed her eyes and hid behind a rock in a flash. She no longer dared to take another glance. I've finally condensed the fourth strand of profound sword chi. A while later, the devastating sword chi in the surroundings gradually dispersed. Jianchen opened his eyes. He had successfully condensed the fourth strand of profound sword chi, so the power of the other 3 strands increased slightly as well. My current profound sword chi can deal even greater damage to 9th heavenly layer infinite primes. If I fight that 9th heavenly layer infinite prime from the Gloom Water sect again, it won't be as difficult for me to kill him even without martial soul force, thought Jianchen. His confidence swelled after successfully condensing the fourth strand of profound sword chi. When I used the profound sword chi in the Gloom Water sect last time, many peak experts sensed it, but none of them recognized the origins of the profound sword chi. It looks like there are extremely few Grand Primes who can recognize the profound sword chi in the Saints' world. But that makes sense. The profound sword chi was created by the old master of the sword spirits, after all. With his cultivation as a Grand Exalt, the people who can force him to use the profound sword chi will definitely be Grand Exalts of the Saints' world. Grand Primes naturally don't have the right to know. It looks like there's no need for me to hide the profound sword chi so well in the future. After all, the profound sword chi isn't like the twin swords, where so many people know about it. Jianchen thought. Afterwards, with a thought, a thin root suddenly appeared from the space ring on his finger. The root rapidly extended from the space ring before condensing into an extremely beautiful flower that was only a meter tall. It was the immortal devouring orchid. You've finally reached the level of the Divine King. My nurturing of you hasn't gone to waste. Jianchen stared at the immortal devouring orchid before waving his hand gently. The immortal devouring orchid immediately landed on the ground and began to swell rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it swelled from a meter tall to several hundred meters tall. Countless roots danced at its bottom, trying to take root in the ground. However, the martial soul mountain was just too tough, and it was protected by a mysterious power. No matter how hard it tried, it was unable to take root. You should be able to devour the corpses of primordial realm experts now. This is the corpse of a first heavenly layer infinite prime. Jianchen waved his hand, and a primordial realm expert immediately flew out, landing on the ground. The immortal devouring orchid seemed to see something extremely nutritious when it saw the corpse. It became extremely excited. Countless roots extended over, wrapping around the corpse. Some of the roots even stabbed into the corpse and began to absorb it. Afterwards, it sent out a thought. After reaching the level of the Divine King, the immortal devouring orchid had gained intelligence. Even though it could not speak, it could communicate mentally. What? A corpse isn't enough? Jianchen was stunned. Without any hesitation, he tossed out another corpse. It was still a first heavenly layer infinite prime. Immediately, the second primordial realm corpse was wrapped up by the roots of the immortal devouring orchid. Afterwards, the huge flower became like a gaping mouth, swallowing the two corpses in a single gulp. Jianchen, what is this? At this moment, Ziyun arrived before Jianchen as well. She stared at the immortal devouring orchid as surprise filled her face. It should be a wondrous plant that I'm rearing, said Jianchen. As for the immortal devouring orchid, it seemed to have reached its limit after devouring the corpses of the two infinite primes. It swayed and shrank, slowly climbing onto Jianchen's right hand before retreating from the space ring. The corpses of two primordial realm experts had indeed reached its limit. It needed to digest them immediately. I feel like it's very powerful. Even though its presence is only at early Divine King, I feel like it's at mid-Divine King, said Ziyun. It is indeed extraordinary, or I wouldn't have spent so much effort to nurture it, said Jianchen. The immortal devouring orchid's growth rate was even faster than he had imagined it to be, which filled him with eagerness. At this rate, it wouldn't take long for the immortal devouring demonic flower to grow to the point where it could help him. Chapter 2545. Ziyun sat down beside Jianchen. She looked at the side of Jianchen's face and said, Young Master Jianchen's talent is rare. He possesses the strength to kill ninth heavenly layer infinite primes as soon as he became an infinite prime. He's thousands of times more outstanding than the supreme prodigies raised by peak organizations in the Saints' world. I wonder just how outstanding a woman must be to be worthy of young Master Jianchen. However, as soon as she said that, Ziyun felt that something was amiss. Why had she mentioned Jianchen's marriage for no reason? It felt like she was purposefully asking about something. It was just too obvious. After realizing this problem, Ziyun became dazed. Her heart thumped wildly as she became extremely nervous. She thought, what's wrong with me? Why did I say something like that out of the blue? Is it because in the past decade I've to young Master Jianchen? As soon as she thought up to there, Ziyun could not help but blush slightly. She seemed a little shy. Jianchen sat there calmly as he stared at the vast cosmos in the distance. He said softly, I already have a wife and a child. Ziyun's lovely body immediately stiffened upon hearing this. Her face, which contained a faint crimson flush, instantly turned somewhat pale. Her originally wildly beating heart also felt a tearing pain. In the Saints' world, all people with some status have multiple wives. Jianchen is so outstanding, so it's very normal for him to have a partner. It's nothing special. However, Ziyun calmed down very soon. In that moment she thought of many things. She understood everything, and even her emotions returned to normal. Once you have a partner, you can take in concubines. For a prodigy like young Master Jianchen, you might have many wives in the future, Ziyun said softly. Jianchen shook his head gently. He said calmly, I already have 3 wives, but I still feel like I owe them. I've never fulfilled the responsibilities that a husband should fulfill. Moreover, I've been completely immersed in cultivation. I've always been working hard to reach a higher level of cultivation. I don't have any romantic thoughts at all. As a result, I won't be taking in any more wives or concubines in the future. Perhaps the path I walk is more suitable for me to walk alone. I shouldn't be tied down. How could Jianchen not understand that Ziyun had already developed feelings for him? However, he had always treated Ziyun as an ordinary friend. He had never had any thoughts about her, so he directly cut her off. I hope Ziyun can understand, thought Jianchen. In reality, he could already tell that Ziyun had developed feelings for him at some unknown time 10 years ago. From a certain perspective, avoiding him and cultivating for the past 10 years was a form of avoidance as well. Unfortunately, Ziyun did not understand. No, perhaps she had already guessed it, but she was unwilling to believe it. She was unwilling to give up. She was truly unwilling to give up. As a result, that was all he could say. By saying that he would never be taking in any more wives or concubines, he had completely cut off Ziyun's thoughts. Ziyun sank into her thoughts. She said nothing. She only stared at the vast cosmos outside the Martial Soul Mountain blankly. She was dejected. At that moment, she only felt like the world in her eyes had lost its former brilliance. It had become dim. Even though the outside world was colorful, beautiful, and magnificent, and her future path of cultivation was smooth, she suddenly felt like it was all meaningless. At this moment, a figure directly fell in from outside the Martial Soul Mountain. He was free falling in the air, directly falling towards the Martial Soul Mountain. Its third senior brother. Jianchen immediately recognized the person. To no surprise, it was his third senior brother, Yu Chao. His face changed, and he immediately ignored Ziyun beside him. He directly shot into the air, turning into a strand of sword qi. He shot through the air with resplendent light, arriving before Yu Chao in a single instance. He extended his hand and caught Yu Chao. Third senior brother, why are you so injured? After landing on the ground, Jianchen looked at the bloodied and pale-faced Yu Chao. He was extremely stern. He could tell with a single glance that Yu Chao's injuries were very severe. Yu Chao was one of the 3 peak chaotic primes of the martial soul lineage. With his current strength and martial soul force, Yu Chao's strength had reached a terrifying level. With his current strength, he could even put up a fight against regular grand primes, or even kill them. Yet, he was injured like this now. Third junior brother, who injured you like this? With a flash, Hun Zong arrived before Yu Chao. He immediately took out a healing pill and fed it to Yu Chao. His face was terrifyingly sunken. Third junior brother, how did you suffer such a heavy injury? Third senior brother, third senior brother. Afterwards, the successors of the martial soul lineage all arrived. All of them emerged from seclusion and gathered before Yu Chao. Their faces were all sunken as killing intent surged from them. After ingesting the healing pill, Yu Chao's situation improved drastically. He coughed a few times, causing a lot of blood to spurt out. He stood up slowly and said, I went to the desolate plain while hiding my identity. I wanted to investigate some protector swords, but I never thought someone would see through me in the end. Was it Yu Chun who injured you? Hun Zong growled. Yu Chun was the leader of the Radiant Saint Hall. Yu Chao shook his head. It wasn't Yu Chun. Was it Xianzhan? Aside from Yu Chun, only Xianzhan can pose a threat to you in the Radiant Saint Hall. Even though Xianzhan is only a peak chaotic prime, his battle prowess is equivalent to a grand prime, said Chu Jian. It wasn't Xianzhan either. It was a wielder of a protector sword, said Yu Chao. What? You encountered a wielder of a protector sword? The people of the martial soul lineage were all surprised. They stared at Yu Chao without blinking at all. Even Jianchen was stern. He had heard about the protector swords of the Radiant Saint Hall long ago. It was exactly because of the existence of the protector swords that the martial soul lineage felt an intense sense of danger. They began to search for friends everywhere. Although he had never seen what the protector swords looked like, he could tell that they were extremely powerful from what Hun Zong and the others had said. It was exactly because of the protector swords that the Radiant Saint Hall became the greatest organization on the desolate plain. Yu Chao exhaled deeply and said, I've basically understood the strength of the protector swords. The protector swords of the Radiant Saint Hall are indeed extremely powerful. They possess earth-shaking power. I don't think anyone in our martial soul lineage is the opponent of the Protector Swords in an open battle. However, the Protector Swords also have a fatal weakness, and that is that the Protector Swords only possess great power, but do not possess the power of laws equivalent to that power. I believe that this is because the wielder of the Protector Swords possess a low level of cultivation. Originally, it was only a single Protector Sword that fought me. Although I didn't dare to fight it head-on, I was able to contend with it for a bit by relying on my profound cultivation. The wielder of the Protector Sword was unable to attack me. However, a second Protector Sword appeared later on. With the two Protector Swords working together, I managed to escape with injuries. Third senior brother, who is the wielder of the Protector Swords? Su Chi asked. The terrifying power of the Protector Swords protects their wielder, hiding their presence and appearance. I can't see who they are, but I can't injure them either. Yu Chao became rather stern. He continued, if you want to injure the wielder of the Protector Swords, you need to get through the protective power around them first. The protective power seems to possess an extremely ancient mental imprint that can block my martial soul force. As a result, our martial soul force is completely useless against the wielder of the Protector Swords. We can't penetrate the protection of the mental imprint at all. The expressions of all the people from the martial soul lineage changed when they heard that. They became extremely stern. P.S. Many readers always complain about not being able to see the new chapters even after opening the page many times a day. It's very difficult to wait for the new chapters. In reality, whenever Xiaoyao released a new chapter every day, he would be notified on his official account. At the same time, there would be a link to the original chapter on his official WeChat account. Moreover, there are some readers who follow the Chaotic Sword God on other platforms. As a result, some platforms are constantly out of sync. Other readers have already seen the new content every day, but some readers are still stuck at the update from 10 days to half a month ago. As a result, in order to let you know about the updates as soon as possible and see the latest content, please follow Xiaoyao's official account on WeChat, Xingxingxiao110. This was the pseudonym of Xiaoyao, Xinxing. There was also a number for the police, or you could directly search for Xinxing Xiaoyao on the official account. Chapter 2546. The protective power from the Protector Swords could actually block their martial soul force. This was not good news for them. This was because if that happened, their martial soul force would be completely useless before the wielders of the Protector Swords. How can this be? What are the origins of these Protector Swords? They can even block our martial soul force, Chu Jian said sternly. In the history of our martial soul lineage, there has never been an existence or an artifact that can block our martial soul force. There has never been anything like this in the ancient record. Su Chi frowned as well. Now that the Radiant Saint Hall has 6 Protector Swords, what will our martial soul lineage use to fend off the Radiant Saint Hall in the future? Yun Zitting said sternly. For a moment, the 8 successors of the martial soul lineage fell silent. The Protector Swords were so powerful, yet the Radiant Saint Hall had 6 of them all at once. Coupled with the leader of the Radiant Saint Hall, Yu Qin, the vice-leaders, and the various elders, they were several times more powerful than the martial soul mountain. Even if they formed an alliance with the Poseidon Palace, they would not be able to make up for this difference. Senior Yu Chao, may I ask who the wielders of the Protector Swords are? Jianchen suddenly asked a while later. The identities of the 6 wielders of the Protector Swords have not been made public by the Radiant Saint Hall. I only know 2 of them. They're Donglin Yanxue and Han Xian, said Yu Chao. What? The wielders of the 2 Protector Swords are Donglin Yanxue and Han Xian? Jian Chen was surprised. Clearly, he was greatly surprised. This was because the 2 of them were people he was familiar with. Donglin Yanxue was not a big deal. She was the chosen saint of the Radiant Saint Hall. Her talent was extraordinary, so it was normal for her to obtain a Protector Sword. However, Both Han Xion's talent and potential were average in the Radiant Saint Hall. Jianchen was surprised that he could inherit a protector sword. Is this related to the artifact spirit of the Saint artifact? Jianchen guessed inside as the light in his eyes flickered. He hesitated for a while before standing up. He immediately bid farewell to Hun Zong and the others, stating that he wanted to visit the desolate plain. No. The Radiant Saint Hall is powerful on the desolate plain now. They might not be able to control everything, but they're close. 8th Junior, you're also the person the Radiant Saint Hall hates the most. It's too dangerous for you to go to the desolate plain, Hun Zong immediately said. That's right. 8th Junior, you've taken away the Grand Exalt's cultivation method of the Radiant Saint Hall. The Radiant Saint Hall is currently searching for you everywhere. If you go to the barren state, you'll be like a lamb walking into a tiger's den. 8th Junior brother, you can't go to the barren state. After all, you're not as powerful as senior brother Yu Chao. The other successors of the martial soul lineage all tried to persuade him. Senior brothers and sisters, don't worry. I have a way to hide myself so that none of them will be able to discover me. Don't forget that back on the desolate plain, so many peak experts failed to find me despite using everything they had. In terms of strength, I'm obviously not as powerful as Senior Yu Chao, but probably none of you are as good as me when it comes to hiding myself, Jianchen said confidently. Not only did he have the mask from Mo Tianyun that could conceal all of his presence, but he also had the jade pendant from the First Majesty of the Heavenly Palace of Bishing that could protect him from innate abilities like the Elder of Mountains and Seas. With these two layers of protection, he was confident that his concealment had truly reached a flawless level. Unless he encountered a supreme expert like the First Majesty of the Heavenly Palace of Bishing, there were not many people in the entire Saints world who could see through him. Swish! Jianchen immediately turned into a streak of light and shot off the Martial Soul Mountain with lightning speed. He crossed 10,000 kilometers in a single instance, vanishing into outer space in the blink of an eye. He had left by himself. Has Jianchen left? After Jianchen's departure, the gloomy and dejected Ziyun arrived as well. She looked at the people of the martial soul lineage with rather empty eyes. Su Qi sighed secretly when she saw Ziyun like this. She said gently, 8th Junior has only left the martial soul mountain temporarily. However, he'll return before long. Ziyun said nothing. She turned around and left in a rather dejected manner, vanishing from the Poseidon Palace. In the vast outer space, a streak of light shot through the sea of stars at an extremely fast speed like a meteor. Jianchen held a star map in his hand as he traveled as quickly as he could within the streak of light. With my current speed, I only need 3 days to reach the nearest interplanar teleportation formation, thought Jianchen. He did not use the power of the Martial Soul Mountain to directly move to the desolate plain this time. Instead, he planned on using interplanar teleportation formations. This was because teleportation from the Martial Soul Mountain would consume a tremendous amount of power, and the target was just too large. It was extremely easy for him to draw attention, making it difficult for him to hide. However, if he were to use a teleportation formation to travel across continents, then no one would be able to detect his presence. 3 days later, Jianchen arrived on the planet closest to him. After paying a few 5-colored divine crystals, he successfully stepped onto the interplanar teleportation formation. Although I've lost the Anata Tower, I'm still able to use it. I can still hide my divine hall with the mask Senior Mo Tianyun gave me, so the detection formations won't be able to detect any other living beings on me, thought Jianchen. In the Saints' world, all interplanar teleportation formations forbade other living beings from being carried in their spatial containers. This was to prevent people from transporting large numbers of cultivators through spatial containers for profit. After all, interplanar teleportation formations were tools for profit to any peak organization. They would never allow others to harm their interests. Of course, if you possessed great strength or a great background, you could completely ignore this rule. In the southern region of the Barren State, in the imperial city of the Purple Wind Empire, dozens of teleportation formations were arranged in an orderly manner in the huge square in the center of the imperial city. The teleportation formations flickered continuously as cultivators traveled between two places through the teleportation formations. They were extremely busy. Of course, these constantly flashing teleportation formations were all cross-region teleportation formations that could only be used within the Barren State. The larger cross-continent teleportation formations that were set up on the other side of the Barren State appeared to be very quiet. Usually, they would not light up once every half a month. Several dozen soldiers stood guard around the teleportation formations. Most eye-catching of all was the fact that there was an extremely unkempt old man among the soldiers. He currently lay on a rattan chair lazily. He seemed to be extremely comfortable. At this moment, one of the teleportation formations suddenly lit up. With a bright, white light, a white-robed, middle-aged man with a striking appearance appeared in the teleportation formation. The middle-aged man was Jianshan, who had changed his appearance through the mask. Jianshan saw the unkempt old man on the rattan chair nearby with a single glance. He remained calm on the surface, but he sighed emotionally inside. I left here several decades ago. I never thought that I would actually return here several decades later. Although the unkempt old man had shown him kindness in the past, Jianshan also understood that it was impossible for him to recognize the unkempt old man with his current identity. As a result, he did not glance at the unkempt old man. He walked out of the teleportation formation as usual and vanished into the sea of people very soon. However, unbeknownst to him, just when he was about to vanish into the sea of people, the unkempt old man's eyes suddenly snapped open. He glanced at him doubtfully and wondered, "Why has this troublemaker come back?" Chapter 2547. In a bustling city closest to the Radiant Saint Hall in the central region of the desolate plain, Jianshan, disguised as a middle-aged man, ordered a few dishes. He sat in a bustling restaurant and tasted them carefully as he stared out the window in the direction of the Radiant Saint Hall. There were many customers in the restaurant. Not only were there cultivators from various places, but there would also be white-robed Radiant Saint Masters who would come and sit down from time to time. Moreover, as this restaurant was one of the few high-class restaurants in the city, the cost of living was extremely high. Therefore, the people who could come here were either rich or respectable. Many of the diners among them could be seen from the way they dressed and the way they spoke and behaved that they came from various great forces in various places. People from various organizations and a few disciples of the Radiant Saint Hall gathered here. They all got along extremely well. As a matter of fact, there would even be some representatives of large organizations who would greet the Radiant Saint Masters they came across with a smile from time to time. They did not put on any airs at all. Ever since the Protector Swords had appeared, the status of the Radiant Saint Hall had completely changed. Not only had it become the greatest organization on the desolate plain, but it had also become a target that many peak organizations wanted to befriend. Many organizations that did not belong to the desolate plain and came from outside the desolate plain all sent people over to visit the Radiant Saint Hall and offer great gifts. As a result, the city closest to the Radiant Saint Hall naturally became a temporary residence for the large organizations from various places. Jianshan, who sat by the window by himself, glanced past the customers in the restaurant from time to time. He could tell with a single glance that many of the foreign cultivators were Divine King Realm experts. As a matter of fact, there would even be Primordial Realm experts from time to time. And this was only the number of people in the restaurant. If he looked at the entire city, he could even clearly sense that there were quite a few Primordial Realm experts gathered in the city. Of course, basically all of them were infinite primes. The appearance of the 6 Protector Swords has allowed the Radiant Saint Hall to reign supreme on the desolate plain. I wonder if the appearance of the Protector Swords is related to the Tower of Radiance? Ever since I left the Radiant Saint Hall, I completely severed my connection with the artifact spirit. I wonder how it's doing now. Jianchen sat by the window and drank by himself. He thought of many things. I need to find a way to enter the Radiant Saint Hall and see my teacher Han Xan or Donglin Yin Shui. But now that they are wielders of guardian swords, their identities are different from before. It won't be easy to meet them, Jianchen thought. He had already been here for 7 days. During that time, he did not directly infiltrate the Radiant Saint Hall recklessly. Instead, he stayed here and secretly investigated everything about the Radiant Saint Hall. He wanted to understand the identities of the wielders of the Protector Swords first. However, the Radiant Saint Hall kept their identities a secret. Currently, they had only announced Donglin Yin Shui and Han Xen. Very few people knew who the other 4 people were. I heard the Chosen Saint has returned to the Donglin clan. Sigh, it's all because of Jianchen. If it weren't for Jianchen, the Chosen Saint would not have become so distant from our Radiant Saint Hall. At this moment, the conversation of a few Radiant Saint Masters nearby attracted Jianchen's attention. Although your Highness has recovered your identity as the Chosen Saint after becoming a protector, I can clearly sense that your sense of belonging to our Radiant Saint Hall is no longer as strong. It's all because of Jianchen. Jianchen hid his identity and snuck into our Radiant Saint Hall as Chang Yang. He stole our supreme legacy. He's just far too shameless. Even the Chosen Saint has been dragged down by him, exactly. Although the Chosen Saint has become a protector of our Radiant Saint Hall, it's also because she once entered the world of Moon and Star with Chang Yang. She felt guilty about working with the enemy. She no longer has the face to remain in the Radiant Saint Hall, which is why she has been staying in the Donglin clan. The 4 Radiant Saint Masters were not powerful. They were basically all gods and overgods. As they enjoyed the food, they discussed openly without any reservations. However, they would glance at the people of extraordinary status, who were eavesdropping on them from time to time. Undisguised pride filled their faces. The Radiant Saint Hall had become the greatest organization on the desolate plain, so the regular disciples of the Radiant Saint Hall all felt superior. Donglin Yin Shui is in the Donglin clan? Jianchen's interest was piqued. After a moment of thought, he tossed down a few supreme grade divine crystals and left. Going to the Donglin clan to find Donglin Yin Shui was easier than infiltrating the Radiant Saint Hall. The Donglin clan was also a peak organization on the desolate plain because their ancestor, Donglin Su, was also a Grand Prime. However, he had only broken through recently. The Donglin clan was not located in the central region of the desolate plain. Instead, it was located in the western region, in the territory of a place called the Grand Desolate Empire. The Grand Desolate Empire was one of the few everlasting empires on the desolate plain. It possessed a vast territory and reigned over the western region. At this moment, there was a flash of teleportation light in Donglin City within the territory of the Grand Desolate Empire. Jianchen had directly arrived in Donglin City from the central region of the desolate plain through the teleportation formation. Donglin City originally had another name. Ever since the ancestor of the Donglin clan, Donglin Su, broke through many years ago, the city had been bestowed to the Donglin clan by the Grand Desolate Empire. It had been renamed Donglin City, breaking free from the jurisdiction of the Grand Desolate Empire and becoming the private territory of the Donglin clan. Its status was equivalent to the Dong, a province of the divine kingdom of Pingtian on the Cloud Plain. In Donglin City, the Donglin clan was unstoppable. As soon as Jianchen arrived in Donglin City, he directly made his way to the Donglin clan. Everyone in Donglin City knew about the Donglin clan. This was because everyone knew about it. He did not even need to ask around to know where the Donglin clan was located. This was because the Donglin clan was also extraordinarily busy right now. People from various places basically gathered outside the entrance of the Donglin clan all day long. As a matter of fact, even some princes of the Grand Desolate Empire often visited with great gift. Of course, the Donglin clan was rather different from the Radiant Saint Hall. All the organizations that had come to visit the Donglin clan had brought their most outstanding young prodigies. There were many princes from the other everlasting empires on the desolate plain among them. Naturally, the purpose of these people was self-evident. Your Highness Third Prince, why have you come again? If you want to see our family head, there is naturally no problem. But if you want to see the young miss, it is not as if your Highness Third Prince does not know the young miss's character. Young Master Yen, I'm truly sorry. Our young miss is cultivating in seclusion. The young miss has specially ordered that she does not want to see anyone. How about this, young Master Purple Scale? This humble one will accept your gift to the young lady for the time being. I will also pass on your message to the young lady. As for whether the young lady will want to see you, this humble one cannot guarantee. Before he had even approached the Donglin clan, Jianshan saw many young prodigies in luxurious clothes gathered there. Every single one of them possessed extraordinary statuses. They all wanted to see Donglin Yanshui. Chapter 2548. Jianshan studied the Donglin clan and discovered that it was enveloped by a powerful formation. Now that the formation had been activated, it was truly impregnable. The only entrance was the main entrance of the Donglin clan. As for sneaking in, that was impossible. It looks like it's impossible to see Donglin Yanshui secretly. I can only visit her openly now. Even if I attract the attention of some people, there's nothing I can do about it, thought Jianshan. After a while of thought, Jianshan arrived at the main entrance of the Donglin clan. He said to an attendant, "Please report that an old friend has come to visit Miss Donglin Yanshui. He wishes to meet her." The attendant studied Jianshan. When he saw that Jianshan had actually come alone without any attendants, a sliver of disdain immediately appeared in his eyes. Moreover, what he found even more laughable was that all the organizations that had come to visit the Donglin clan had all come with great gift. However, Jianshan was empty-handed, as if he had not brought any gifts at all. This made the attendant feel even more disdain towards Jianshan. And he claims to be an old friend of the young miss. In my opinion, this so-called old friend is probably someone who has met the young miss once in the past. Now that the young miss has become a wielder of a protector sword, her status has skyrocketed. He wants to use his shallow relationship with the young miss in the past to befriend her. Who knows how many people like that I've met in the past, thought the attendant. That was indeed the case. Ever since Donglin Yanshui inherited the protector sword, both her identity and status had changed drastically. As a result, many people wanted to befriend her and establish ties with her so that they could gain the support of a powerful figure. In particular, some of the more powerful disciples, peak lords, and elders of the Radiant Saint Hall would visit Donglin Yanshui from time to time. Some of the hallowed saint masters who clearly did not have any close ties with Donglin Yanshui would use various identities to get closer to her, such as senior brothers and sisters, or that she had been indebted to her for her guidance. There were all sorts of things. Many of them had seen Donglin Yanshui at certain places and times before, so they became old friends of Donglin Yanshui for some reason. As a result, the attendant was filled with disdain when he heard Jianshan say that he was an old friend of Donglin Yanshui. Our young miss is not seeing any guests. Please go back, the attendant replied in a neutral tone. Jianshan did not care about the attendant's attitude at all. He continued, "Please tell her that an old friend from the moon's reflection lake has come to visit. As for whether your young lady wants to see me or not, it'll naturally be up to her." What old friend from the moon's reflection lake? Our young lady has said that she's not receiving guests. The attendant became impatient. Jianshan frowned. He said sternly and forcefully, "To be honest, I've come this time because I have extremely important matters to discuss with young lady Donglin Yanshui. If it's delayed because of you, will you be able to bear the consequences of your young lady's wrath? If you tell her, even if your young lady really doesn't want to see me, you won't be in the wrong. On the other hand, if your young lady's matters really are delayed because of you, the consequences will be severe. The attendant became rather uncertain when he saw how serious Jianchen was. He began to hesitate. All right then. Wait here. I'll go tell her right now. In the end, the attendant was intimidated by Jianchen's words. He turned around and vanished from the Donglin clan. There were many similar attendants at the entrance of the Donglin clan. There were even people dressed as butlers who had personally come out to receive important guests. As a result, Jianchen's matter did not attract much attention. Within the Donglin clan, the attendant hurried over to an elegant courtyard. This was where Donglin Yanxue cultivated. However, the courtyard had already been marked as a forbidden area in the Donglin clan. Not just anyone could set foot in it, and in this courtyard there were maids who were waiting for them. These female attendants were basically all Donglin Yanshue's personal attendant. The attendant arrived before one of the female attendants and directly passed on Jianchen's words to her. He did not have the right to see Donglin Yanxue directly, so he could only pass on the message through one of her attendants. The attendant was called Qiuhan. She was the person who had been with Donglin Yanxue the longest. She had basically grown up with Donglin Yanxue. Qiuhan basically understood her young lady better than anyone else in the Donglin clan. She snorted when she heard the attendant's words. What old friend of Moon's reflection lake? I've been with the young lady for so many years. If the young lady really did have an old friend like that, how could I not know? It's probably another person who's come to befriend you. There's no need to pay attention to someone like that. Let him go. The attendant dared not say anything more to Donglin Yanshue's personal attendant. He turned around and left. Qiuhan glanced at the sky before turning around and entering the courtyard. She arrived beside a pool of water with great familiarity. The pool was not large, only around 100 meters across. There was a huge rock in the center of the pool. Donglin Yanxue sat on the rock as a dense layer of light enveloped her. The laws of the hallowed also interwove around her. Clearly, she was cultivating. Young lady, it's time. Qiuhan called out softly from beside the pool. Her intelligent eyes were filled with undisguised respect and admiration. After Donglin Yanxue became the wielder of a protector sword, the ancestor of the Donglin clan placed even more importance on her. He completely treated her like the apple of his eye, personally guiding her cultivation. As a result, Donglin Yanxue would visit the ancestor of the Donglin clan every once in a while to receive his guidance. Donglin Yanxue stopped cultivating. She slowly opened her eyes, and a ball of light appeared beneath her feet. She landed on the shore like she was standing on a cloud. She made her way out indifferently. As for Qiuhan, she followed behind him. Why do I feel a little uneasy? Qiuhan, has anything happened recently? Donglin Yanxue suddenly asked as they made their way to where the ancestor of the Donglin clan cultivated. Qiuhan followed behind Donglin Yanxue politely. She shook her head and said, "Young lady, it's been peaceful recently. Nothing major has happened. It's just that more and more people have come to visit the young lady. These people are really willing to do anything to get close to the young lady. They're basically willing to do anything. Even juniors and seniors from the Radiant Saint Hall have come. There's even people from the Moon's Reflection Lake. These people sure are shameless. They're willing to do anything just to see the young lady. However, I've already chased away all of them according to the young lady's orders." Donglin Yanxue was originally calm, but when she heard the words people from the Moon's Reflection Lake, she suddenly froze. She came to a sudden halt, almost causing Qiuhan to collide with her. Suddenly, Donglin Yanxue turned around and stared at Qiuhan. She asked frantically, "What did you just say? What did you just say?" "Young lady W, what's wrong with you?" Qiuhan was completely dumbfounded when she saw how agitated her young lady was. She had followed her young lady for so many years, but she had never seen her lose her composure like that. "Qiuhan, what did you just say?" "Say it again." Donglin Yanxue struggled to remain composed. She gripped Qiuhan's shoulders tightly. "Reporting to Miss, recently, everything has been peaceful." Qiuhan was truly frightened. Her heart was anxious, and her face was full of fear. With a slightly trembling voice, she repeated what she had just said. "Moon's Reflection Lake. Moon's Reflection Lake." Donglin Yanxue repeated softly. She was extremely agitated, where even her body trembled gently. Moon's Reflection Lake. Wasn't that where she had first met Jianchen? Only the two of them knew that she had met Jianchen at the Moon's Reflection Lake that night. There was no third person. "Where is he? Where is he? Tell me, where is my old friend from the Moon's Reflection Lake?" Donglin Yanxue asked in a hurry. She only had one old friend from the Moon's Reflection Lake. It was a person that no one else knew about apart from them. "Young lady. That person has already— No, he should be waiting outside," Qiuhan stammered as she paled in fright. Now, she could tell that the so-called old friend from the Moon's Reflection Lake really did know her young lady. She originally wanted to say that the person had already been chased away, but she forcefully changed her mind when she was about to say it. Swish! With a flash, Donglin Yanxue vanished. At that moment, she directly forgot about the ancestor of the Donglin clan and flew towards the entrance of the Donglin clan as quickly as she could. Chapter 2549. Jianchen stood with his hands behind his back at the entrance of the Donglin clan as he waited quietly. Very soon, the attendant appeared at the entrance again. He glanced at Jianchen and waved his hand coldly. "Go back where you came from. Don't get in the way. The entrance of our Donglin clan isn't a place where just anyone can stay." If the attendant really had been worried that the person before him was an old friend of the young lady, so he did not dare to offend him too much, he no longer had any worries after seeing Qiuhan. After all, Qiuhan was the personal attendant who had been with the young lady the longest. Even Qiuhan had said that this so-called old friend of the Moon's Reflection Lake did not exist. Naturally, there was no such person. As a result, after confirming Jianchen's identity, the attendant treated Jianchen with no politeness at all. Jianchen sighed inside. He knew that the attendant had not actually passed on his message to Donglin Yanxue, or it would have been impossible for Donglin Yanxue not to see him. However, there was nothing he could do. After all, he had to hide his identity. He could not expose his strength, so he could only keep a low profile. Otherwise, as a primordial realm expert, he would not be able to do anything. Even if he could not see Donglin Yanxue, he would have the right to enter the Donglin clan at the very least. "It looks like I can only think of something else," Jianchen thought. He turned around and was about to leave. However, at this moment, a ball of intense light suddenly descended at the entrance of the Donglin clan. It shone like the sun. Donglin Yanshue's graceful figure flickered within the light. "Miss Yanxue. It's actually Miss Yanxue. Miss Yanxue, I've finally met you. It's extremely difficult for us to see Miss Yanxue, but I never thought that Miss Yanxue would actually come out personally." At the entrance of Yanshue's residence in Donglin, the eyes of the visitors who had gathered here all lit up, and their emotions immediately soared. Immediately, all the young masters from peak clans and some princes from everlasting empires smiled amiably. They demonstrated their charm to the fullest, showing their most beautiful side to Yanxue. In the blink of an eye, a large group of people had gathered around Donglin Yanxue. They were like stars surrounding the moon. "Greetings to the young miss." All the guards and attendants at the entrance of the Donglin clan knelt down. Donglin Yanxue slowly withdrew her light. She glanced past the people around her with undisguised excitement and eagerness. There was some fear and worry in her eyes as well. She was very afraid and also very worried that she had rejoiced for nothing and did not find the person she was looking for. Or rather, there was a third person who knew about the Moon Reflection Lake, causing her to misjudge. However, To Donglin Yenshua's disappointment, she failed to find the person she wanted to see the entire time among all the people present. Has he already left? At that moment, Donglin Yenshue became rather dejected. She felt empty inside. She was unable to hide her disappointment. It's been many years since we last met. Miss Yenshue, you've become even more graceful than before. May I ask if you still remember this old friend of yours? At this moment, a voice rang out. Donglin Yashue instinctively looked over when she heard the voice. She discovered that the speaker was a white-robed, middle-aged man who seemed to be in his 40s. She had never seen or heard of this middle-aged man before. She had no impression of him at all. However, when she met the middle-aged man's eyes, her face immediately froze. From this middle-aged man, she felt a familiar aura. Faintly, it seemed to form a perfect overlap with a certain figure in the depths of her mind. It's you. Donglin Yenshue's heart trembled gently as she asked with uncertainty. She failed to notice that there were many young masters of great status around her. All she could see was an unfamiliar figure. Disguised as a middle-aged man, Jian Chen nodded slightly and did not reply. However, his casual attitude made Donglin Yenshue immediately become excited. She stared fixedly at Jianchen as deep longing and joy hid in the depths of her eyes. Jianchen knew that Donglin Yenshue had recognized him. He glanced at the surroundings, reminding Donglin Yenshue to pay attention to the surroundings. Donglin Yenshue immediately returned to her senses. She understood that she could not expose Jianchen's identity right now, so she immediately calmed herself down and recovered her cold demeanor. She said to Jianchen, "Come in." With that, Donglin Yenshue no longer glanced at Jianchen. She turned around and vanished into the Donglin clan. Miss Yenshue, Miss Yenshue. The visitors and young masters of great clans all called out from behind. However, Donglin Yenshue did not even look back. She completely ignored them. Jianchen, on the other hand, remained composed. He entered the Donglin clan calmly under countless envious and jealous gazes. The guards no longer dared to stop him. He actually knows the young miss. Oh no, oh no. The attendant who received Jianchen had already paled in fright. As soon as he thought about how he had treated Jianchen before, he felt like the world before him was spinning. It was like the sky had collapsed. Who is that person? Why can he see Miss Yenshue, but we can't? Strange. Why do I feel like Miss Yenshue has come out personally because of this person? After Jianchen's departure, a series of discussions immediately rang out at the entrance of Donglin Yenshue's residence. The faces of many young masters became rather sunken. Go investigate that person's identity and see where he comes from. Many people immediately ordered. Donglin Yenshue did not go very far within the Donglin clan. Instead, she stood in the distance as she stared at the entrance, waiting for Jianchen. As a result, as soon as Jianchen entered the Donglin clan, he saw a graceful figure standing under a large tree. This isn't a place to talk. Come with me, Donglin Yenshue called out to Jianchen before taking Jianchen to where she cultivated. Young miss, the ancestor. At this moment, her personal attendant, Qiu Han, ran over. She glanced at Jianchen curiously before speaking to Donglin Yenshue uneasily. I have important matters to attend to today, so I won't be going. Qiu Han, pass down the order that no one is allowed to disturb me today, including my father. Do you understand? Donglin Yenshue ordered. Her voice was rather cold. Young miss. Qiu Han replied politely as she secretly studied Jianchen from the corner of her eye. She was filled with doubt. Jianchen followed Donglin Yenshue to where Donglin Yenshue cultivated. Afterwards, he entered a small building constructed from wood. Chapter 2550. This is my personal residence. Without my permission, no one can enter this place, including my personal maidservant, my father, and the ancestor. As a result, you don't have to worry at all here. No one will know your identity, Donglin Yenshue said to Jianchen. Her face was slightly red, and her expression was rather unnatural. This was her boudoir, but now, she had brought a man into her boudoir. This made her feel like her face was burning hot. Pausing, Donglin Yanxue continued to explain, as if she was afraid that Jianchen would misunderstand. My father can enter the courtyard outside, and so can the ancestor, so it's not safe. Jianchen glanced at Donglin Yanxue deeply and teased. Originally, I thought that Miss Yanxue was no longer the same Miss Yanxue I knew in the past after becoming the wielder of a protector sword. But looking at it now, my worries were unnecessary. I'm only the wielder of a protector sword. Everything I use is the power of the protector sword. If the protector sword leaves me one day, I'll still be a puny hallowed saint master. What's there to be proud of? Donglin Yanxue said gloomily. She had seen through the situation very clearly. She did not truly believe that she had become a peak expert of the saint's world just because she possessed a protector sword and grasped its power. This was because she understood that external forces were still external forces in the end. Jianchen, how have you been in the past few years? I heard that you destroyed a peak organization on the Aqua Plain? Donglin Yanxue asked. She sat down with Jianchen before a white jade table and personally poured a cup of tea for Jianchen. Jianchen nodded and glossed over it with a few words. He did not explain in detail. Afterwards, he asked Donglin Yanxue about the protector swords. After you left, the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance awakened. The protector swords were bestowed by the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance. Donglin Yanxue did not hide anything from Jianchen. She told Jianchen everything she knew without holding anything back, including the other wielders of the protector swords. A gleam of light flashed through Jianchen's eyes. After learning about the wielders of the protector swords, he understood that all of this had been arranged by the artifact spirit. The artifact spirit really did not disappoint him. All the people who were related to him or had helped him in the past in the Radiant Saint Hall had become wielders of protector swords. Jianchen had specially mentioned Bai Yu and Han Xian, so Jianchen was not surprised that they could obtain protector swords. Moreover, Xian Ming had some ties with Jianchen, while Xianzhan's kindness went without saying. If it were not for Xianzhan, he would not have had the right to enter the world of Moon and Star, nor would he have had the right to enter the Tower of Radiance. As a result, he was not surprised that Xian Ming and Xianzhan could obtain protector swords. However, he was surprised by Gongsun Ji. Gongsun Ji was a descendant of the Grand Exalt, and he had taken away the method of the exalted saint. Their relationship was basically irreconcilable. Gongsun Ji hated him to the core even more back in the Tower of Radiance. However, the artifact spirit had actually allowed Gongsun Ji to wield a protector sword, and it was Godslayer's sword that ranked first among the 9. Jianchen found this to be abnormal. Is the artifact spirit still unable to break free from the influence of the remnant consciousness of the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance? Jianchen thought as the light in his eyes flickered with uncertainty. Afterwards, he asked Donglin Yanxue, "How is the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance right now?" Ever since the protector swords were bestowed, the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance has not appeared again, said Donglin Yanxue. Jianchen fell silent. No one knew what he was thinking. A while later, he continued to ask, Yu Chao of the martial soul lineage was injured by a protector sword of the Radiant Saint Hall. Do you know who it was? Donglin Yanxue stared at Jianchen with some resentment and said, "You've come to find me mainly to investigate the identities of the 2 people who attacked the martial soul lineage, right?" Jianchen nodded. He did not deny it. Donglin Yanxue sighed gently inside. However, she also knew that she was a member of the Radiant Saint Hall, while Jianchen was a successor of the martial soul lineage. The Radiant Saint Hall and the martial soul lineage were like fire and water, so there would always be an insurmountable barrier between her and Jianchen. The person who attacked first was Gongsun Ji. Gongsun Ji failed to take down the expert of the martial soul lineage, so Xian Ming took action, said Donglin Yanxue. Jianchen let out a sigh of relief when he heard that. In reality, when he learnt that Yu Chao had been heavily injured by a protector sword, he really did worry that the person who attacked him would be Donglin Yanxue or Han Xian. Now that he knew it was Xian Ming and Gong Sunji, he felt slightly better. What about the leader of the Radiant Saint Hall? Did he not take action? Jianchen asked. The leader watched the battle from afar, but he did not take action. In reality, it was not just the leader. Even Vice Leader Xianzhan did not take action. Vice Leader Xianzhan also wields a protector sword. Even though the protector sword does not rank particularly high, Vice Leader Xianzhan is extremely powerful, so the protector sword can unleash even greater power in his hands. If Vice Leader Xianzhan had taken action, the expert of the martial soul lineage might not have been able to escape, said Donglin Yanxue. Afterwards, she began to persuade Jianchen. Jianchen, your martial soul lineage is nowhere near the Radiant Saint Hall's opponent now. Go back and persuade the other people of the martial soul lineage to stop provoking the Radiant Saint Hall. Just stay on the Martial Soul Mountain. With the protection of the Martial Soul Mountain, the Radiant Saint Hall might not be able to break through even with their protector swords. Stay on the Martial Soul Mountain? What if we can't do that? Are you going to hunt down our martial soul lineage across the entire Saint's world? Jianchen stared at Donglin Yanxue. Donglin Yanxue shook her head. By you, Han Xian, and I have reached an agreement. As long as you're still on the Martial Soul Mountain, as long as you're still a member of the Martial Soul lineage, the three of us won't hunt you down outside. We'll only stay on the desolate plain to protect the Radiant Saint Hall. Of course, I don't know what the other three protector swords think. What if the leader of the Radiant Saint Hall orders you to attack the Martial Soul Mountain? Jianchen asked. After becoming the wielders of protector swords, we've become protectors of the Radiant Saint Hall. Our statuses are supreme, so the leader can't order us around anymore. Our current duty is to protect the Radiant Saint Hall, said Donglin Yanxue. Jianchen fell silent. After a while of thought, he said, Donglin Yanxue, can you help me out with something? Ask Bai Yu, Han Xian, and Xian Ming out. I want to see them. At the same time, a middle-aged man with a striking appearance read through a book with great interest in a study within the Donglin clan. The middle-aged man was the current patriarch of the Donglin clan, as well as Donglin Yanxue's father, Donglin Han. Patriarch, Qiu Han has something to report. At this moment, Qiu Han's voice rang out from outside. Donglin Yanshue's personal servant, Qiu Han. Donglin Han put down his book and let Qiu Han in. He knew that Qiu Han's report definitely had something to do with the daughter he took pride in, Donglin Yanxue. As long as it was related to Donglin Yanxue, he had to treat it seriously. Qiu Han entered in a hurry. She was slightly nervous and worried. As soon as she saw Donglin Han, she said in a hurry, "Patriarch, there's bad news. The young miss has taken a man into her room. With the young miss' current status and reputation, if this gets out." "What?" Donglin Han glared at her and leapt to his feet. His face was filled with anger. "How dare you? Yanxue, you've gone too far. Immediately seal off the news. Don't let this get out. I'll go personally." Donglin Han was furious. Donglin Yanshue's status was no longer the same as before. No matter who the man was or what his background was, it would leave behind a stain on Donglin Yanshue's reputation as long as it got out. Chapter 2551. Donglin Han immediately pushed open the door angrily and rushed out. However, as soon as he opened the door, he saw a ruddy old man standing outside. He had his back towards Donglin Han as he stared in Yanshue's direction. Donglin Han was surprised when he saw the old man. He immediately became respectful and clasped his fist. "Greetings, ancestor." The old man was the ancestor of the Donglin clan, Donglin Su. "Shao Han, go back and continue reading. Don't ask about Yanshue's matters. She's not young anymore. She knows what she's doing. Donglin Su waved his hand behind him. Ancestor, but Donglin Han still found it rather inappropriate. With his current status, how could he allow an unfamiliar man into her room so easily? Enough. I know everything. Go back and read your book, said Donglin Su. He stared in Yen Shue's direction with his old eyes as they flickered with wisdom. His lips curled into a faint smile. The leader of the Radiant Saint Hall, Yu Chen, stood at the very top of the sacred hall that shone with dazzling light as he stared at the sea of clouds in the distance. Leader, I've just received news that Protector Donglin Yen Shui has personally come out to receive an unfamiliar man. She has brought him into her courtyard. At this moment, a black-robed envoy arrived behind Yu Chen and reported politely. Out of the 6 protectors of the Radiant Saint Hall, only Donglin Yen Shui remained in the Donglin clan. As a result, in order to ensure the safety of Yen Shui, the Radiant Saint Hall hid people in both Donglin City and the Donglin clan so that they could understand Donglin Yen Shui's situation at all times and protect her, preventing people from scheming against the protectors. After all, they could not afford to lose the protector swords. Protecting the protector swords became the top priority of the Radiant Saint Hall. As a result, when Donglin Yen Shui personally received Jianchen into the Donglin clan, the people of the Radiant Saint Hall learnt about it immediately. A strange man. A gleam of light flashed through Yu Chen's eyes when he heard this. He frowned and pondered for a moment before waving his hand to dismiss the black deacon. He softly said, Xianzhan, come over for a moment. Yu Chen's voice seemed to possess a strange charm. It passed through most of the sacred hall and directly reached the ears of one of the 8 vice leaders. Xianzhan immediately arrived before Yu Chen. He did not bow and instead walked up to Yu Chen with a composed expression. He asked, What's the situation? I just received news that Donglin Yen Shui personally came out to receive an unfamiliar man from the Donglin clan and directly brought him to her courtyard. Xianzhan, what do you think about this matter? Yu Chen asked calmly. A strange man? Xianzhan was surprised as well. He understood Donglin Yen Shui a little. How could she bring an unfamiliar man to her residence? After a moment of thought, Xianzhan said slowly, It looks like this person is probably Jianchen. Afterwards, he stared at Yu Chen with shining eyes and said, The method of the Exalted Saint is still with Jianchen. Now that Jianchen has come to the desolate plain, do you want to take action and take the method of the Exalted Saint back from Jianchen? Gongsun Ji cares about the method of the Exalted Saint even more than me. After all, he has already obtained a portion of the Grand Exalt's legacy. All he lacks now is the method of the Exalted Saint. If the method of the Exalted Saint ends up in his hands, Gongsun Ji will have obtained the complete Grand Exalt's legacy, said the leader of the Radiant Saint Hall, Yu Chen. Apart from Jianchen, no one in the Saint's world knew that the so-called method of the Exalted Saint was actually a cultivation method of the martial soul lineage. Even if someone did obtain the cultivation method, they would not be able to practice it unless they were a successor of the martial soul lineage. Xianzhan frowned and said sternly, Gongsun Ji is becoming more and more arrogant. He's already set his eyes on the position of leader of the Radiant Saint Hall. With his personality and his identity as a descendant of the Grand Exalt, he'll steal your position sooner or later. Since the method of the Exalted Saint will end up in Jianchen's hands in the end, why don't we leave the method of the Exalted Saint to Jianchen for now? Anyway, we can't let the method of the Exalted Saint end up in Gongsun Ji's hands. Xianzhan suddenly sighed gently when he reached there. His face was filled with helplessness and bitterness. Moreover, the martial soul lineage is the imperial clan among us Radiant Saint Masters, and the Master of the Tower of Radiance is a successor of the martial soul lineage. If the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance learns that we want to lay our hands on the Imperial clan, I wonder how the artifact spirit will react. Sigh. Yu Chen also sighed gently when he heard that. When Yu Qianqian of the martial soul lineage came to the desolate plain to investigate, neither he nor Xianzhan had done anything. This was because the two of them still did not know how to treat the martial soul lineage. They had also sealed up the secret of the martial soul lineage being an imperial clan. They did not tell anyone else. Only the two of them knew about it in the entire Radiant Saint Hall apart from the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance. This was because the grievances between the Radiant Saint Hall and the martial soul lineage ran far too deep. Their grievances ran as deep as the ocean and were difficult to resolve. If the news of the martial soul lineage being an imperial clan was made public, it would definitely lead to great chaos. The entire Radiant Saint Hall might even collapse as a result. Neither Xianzhan nor Yu Chen wanted to see that happen. Yu Chen's gaze deepened. He said sternly, "There's one more thing. I think you should have some doubts about it yourself. It's about Bai Yu and Han Xian. Bai Yu's talent is indeed only that of a one-star genius. Her talent is nothing special in the Radiant Saint Hall, and it's the same for Han Xian. How can the two of them inherit the Protector Swords?" Aside from Jianchen, the other 5 wielders of the Protector Swords all share a similarity, and that's that they all have some connections with Jianchen. Xianzhan fell silent. He said nothing more. He and Yu Chen had already suspected some things. 3 days later, Bai Yu, Han Xian, and Xian Ming arrived in an extremely bustling city in the central region of the desolate plain under Yan Shui's lead. They kept an extremely low profile and met with Jianchen secretly. They had all disguised themselves, erasing their presences and hiding their identities. They had arrived without alarming anyone. Second senior brother, Bai Yu was the most excited out of the 3 of them. As soon as she saw Jianchen, she cried out in surprise and joy. It was as if no matter what Jianchen looked like or what identity he had, he would always be her second senior brother in her eyes. Han Xian and Xian Ming remained composed. Han Xian looked at Jianchen with a smile and nodded slightly. However, Xian Ming's gaze became rather mixed. "Junior sister, teacher, I had no choice but to conceal my identity in the past. I've caused trouble for you in the past few years," Jianchen said apologetically to Bai Yu and Han Xian. He also knew that before Bai Yu and Han Xian obtained the Protector Swords, their days in the Radiant Saint Hall had been very tough. He had always felt rather guilty about this. "Brother Xian Ming, please forgive me." Afterwards, Jianchen looked at Xian Ming and clasped his fist. "Sigh, Jianchen, you really have kept me in the dark. I never thought you would actually be a successor of the martial soul lineage." Xian Ming looked at Jianchen with mixed feelings. His gaze towards Jianchen seemed rather unfamiliar. Chapter 2552. Jianchen was slightly startled when he sensed Xian Ming's attitude. He stared deeply at Xian Ming. The current Xian Ming gave him a feeling that was so foreign to the person in his memories. However, he soon remembered that he had only met Xian Ming by chance. They did not have a particularly deep friendship. Coupled with the fact that he was a successor of the martial soul lineage, which made him an enemy of the Radiant Saint Hall, it made sense for Xian Ming to treat him like that. Jianchen understood. He did not care about Xian Ming's attitude. He slowly glanced past Donglin, Yan Shui, Bai Yu, Han Xian, and Xian Ming. He said seriously, "In the Radiant Saint Hall, the only people I truly care about are you. I can't change my identity as a member of the martial soul lineage. I don't have the power to resolve the grievances that have accumulated between the martial soul lineage and the Radiant Saint Hall. I don't want to become enemies with everyone in the future, so I hope you can agree to a request of mine. In the future, unless the martial soul lineage attacks your Radiant Saint Hall, don't touch the martial soul lineage. Of course, this is limited to the 4 of you, because you're the only ones I care about. In the future, I really don't want to be your enemy. Jianchen, your martial soul lineage is no longer the opponent of our Radiant Saint Hall. Even if you become our enemy, you won't be able to do much with your strength. You won't be able to turn the situation around." Xian Ming said calmly. It was as if Jianchen had already become a stranger to him. Xian Ming, are you saying that you'll deal with the martial soul lineage regardless of whether they attack your Radiant Saint Hall first? Jianchen looked straight at Xian Ming and spoke calmly. Even though Xian Ming had obtained the Guardian Saint Sword and was now very powerful, Xian Ming's battle prowess was still very strong. But he was not afraid. Han Xian, Donglin Yen Shui, and Bai Yu all stood to one side silently. They glanced back and forth between Jianchen and Xian Ming. Xian Ming fell silent for a while before looking at Jianchen with shining eyes. He said, Jianchen, since we've met in the past, leave the method of the Exalted Saint behind. I can guarantee you that as long as the martial soul lineage doesn't attack the Radiant Saint Hall, I won't point my sword at the martial soul lineage. You want the method of the Exalted Saint? Jianchen's gaze changed. He stared at Xian Ming as if he had never seen him before. He had never thought that Xian Ming would be interested in the method of the Exalted Saint. Was this still the Xian Ming that he knew back then? The method of the Exalted Saint is the treasure of our Radiant Saint Hall. It belongs to our Radiant Saint Hall in the first place, so we can't lose it, Xian Ming said righteously. A sliver of desire appeared in his eyes as he became rather excited. He thought, I already have a protector sword now. In the Radiant Saint Hall, even the Grand Exalt's descendant, Gongsun Ji, won't be able to do anything to me. If I obtain the method of the Exalted Saint as well, it'll truly be the best of both worlds. No one will be able to take it from me. At that moment, ambition silently appeared in Xian Ming's heart. This ambition had never appeared in his head before. As a matter of fact, he did not even dare to think about it because in the past, he was only a divine king of Radiant who possessed some talent. However, it was different now. He was the wielder of a protector sword now. He possessed great power. He now possessed the courage and confidence to attempt things that he never dared to think about or do in the past. I can't take out the method of the Exalted Saint anymore. Xian Ming, you have to consider this carefully. Once you move against the martial soul lineage, we will no longer be friends but enemies. Jianchen's face sank slightly, and his voice became rather cold. Jianchen, if you leave behind the method of the Exalted Saint, we'll still be friends, said Xian Ming firmly. His intentions were very clear. If Jianchen did not leave behind the method of the Exalted Saint, they would become enemies. Jianchen stared at Xian Ming deeply. After quite a while, he finally sighed and said, If that's the case, let's just wait and see. Xian Ming's attitude greatly disappointed Jianchen. At that moment, Jianchen only felt very tired. A deep sense of helplessness filled his heart. He was no longer in the mood to stay here any longer. He was about to leave. However, Xian Ming did not let him leave. With a flash, he blocked the entrance and said coldly, Jianchen, you better leave behind the method of the Exalted Saint. It doesn't belong to you. Jianchen stopped. He glared at Xian Ming. Light flickered in his eyes, preventing people from looking at him directly. He growled, You want to stop me? At that moment, Jianchen was truly angered. Sword qi seemed to permeate his surroundings. Xian Ming, don't forget that Jianchen has helped you in the past. Don't go too far. Donglin Yen Shui arrived before Jianchen. She stared at Xian Ming with an ugly expression as her presence skyrocketed. With me here today, Xian Ming, your protector sword won't be able to harm Jianchen. Senior Xian Ming, if you want to touch senior brother, I can only work with Sister Yen Shui to deal with you. At this moment, Bai Yu stood forward and said firmly, Xian Ming, don't be too ambitious. You already possess a protector sword, so why aren't you satisfied? Han Xian also stood before Jianchen. Now, Donglin Yen Shui, Bai Yu, and Han Xian had formed a united front. They all stood on Jianchen's side. Xian Ming's expression became rather ugly as he looked at Donglin Yen Shui and the others. Ming-er, come back with me. At this moment, a heavy voice rang out. The vice leader of the Radiant Saint Hall, Xianzhan, suddenly appeared behind Xian Ming. Xian Zhan glanced at Jianchen deeply. He said nothing, nor did he look at Donglin Yen Shui, Bai Yu, and Han Xen. He grabbed Xian Ming by the shoulder and vanished. He had already left. Vice Leader Xian Zhan, he's actually come as well. Donglin Yen Shui paled in fright. Lingering fear filled her face. The most powerful person in the Radiant Saint Hall was no longer the leader, Yu Chun. Instead, it was the vice leader, Xian Zhan. She knew extremely well that if Xian Zhan wanted to keep Jianchen here, no one would be able to stop him. Not only was Xian Zhan extremely powerful, but he also possessed a protector sword. Even though the protector sword was not ranked very high, due to his own strength, he was able to unleash even more power with the protector sword in his hand. Xian Zhan actually didn't take action? Han Xian murmured. Xian Zhan's attitude left him perplexed. Did Xian Zhan not want to take back the Grand Exalt's cultivation method? Senior brother, it's no longer safe here. Leave quickly, Bai Yu said anxiously. Xian Zhan's appearance made her extremely worried for Jianchen's safety. She was afraid that even more people would learn about his identity. Chapter 2553. Now that Vice Leader Xian Zhan had appeared, Jianchen knew that he could not remain on the desolate plain regardless of whether Xian Zhan would leak information about him or not. He immediately clasped his fist at the three of them and said, Yen Shui Bai Yu teacher, take care. I'll be taking my leave first. Afterwards, he looked at Bai Yu and Han Xian with mixed feelings. He said seriously, perhaps we will become enemies in the future, but no matter what happens to our identities, you will always be my junior sister and teacher. Farewell. With that, Jianchen left without even looking back. Donglin Yen Shui was reluctant to part with Jianchen as she watched him leave. She followed him without any hesitation. Let me send you off. If Xian Ming targets you, my protector sword can keep him busy. Let's return to Donglin City. There's a teleportation formation that can cross planes in Donglin City. Xian Ming. Jianchen sighed emotionally when he heard this name again. Although he had only met Xian Ming by chance, they were still acquaintances after all. He never thought that Xian Ming would treat him like this when they met again today, which disappointed Jianchen very much. However, this was related to a Grand Exalt's cultivation method after all. Before such a peak cultivation method, let alone his simple relationship with Xian Ming, even many close friends who had gone through life and death with him would probably fight to the bitter end. Father, why are you taking me away? The method of the Exalted Saint is with Jianchen. That's a cultivation method of the highest level in the world. Once you obtain it, you'll be on the verge of ascension. Even if you don't become a Grand Exalt, you'll be someone who can shake up an entire world. Xian Ming looked at his father reluctantly in the divine sacred hall that stood above the clouds within the Radiant Saint Hall. Now that he had become a protector of the Radiant Saint Hall, both his status and strength were completely different from before. With such a great status, he already possessed the right to fight for even greater benefits for himself. The method of the Exalted Saint happened to be something that he was extremely interested in. Xian Zhan stared at the pitiful Xian Ming and sighed gently. Ming-er, is a protector sword enough to make you lose your mind? You have to understand that the power from the protector swords is only external. Since the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance can bestow the protector swords to you, the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance can take them back as well. Once you lose your protector swords, do you think you still have the power to protect the Grand Exalt's cultivation method? Hearing this, Xian Ming immediately calmed down. He understood that everything he had now was brought to him by the protector swords. Since the protector swords, they won't leave me so easily. Xian Ming became a bit more. Xian Ming also felt a little afraid. If a person had great power and became a high and mighty existence, then he would definitely not be able to accept losing this power and becoming a loser who was chased off the throne by someone else. Xian Zhan shook his head. You're wrong. All of you believe the protector swords have chosen you, But in reality, the protector swords aren't the ones that have chosen you. Instead, it's the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance. Whoever the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance wants to become the master of a protector sword will become the protector. Otherwise, how could you and Han Xian possess a protector sword with just their talent? Moreover, the protector swords would rank higher than the two of us. They're not descendants of grand exalts. Xianzhan had already made it so clear. If Xianming still did not understand, he would be far too foolish. Father, are you saying that we obtained the protector swords all because of Jianchen? Xianming paled in fright. Disbelief filled his face. Xianzhan did not give a direct answer. He said sternly, "The Tower of Radiance has been silent for such a long time, yet something just happened to happen when Jianchen entered, awakening the artifact's spirit from its slumber. In the past, when Jianchen and Gongsun fought over the Grand Exalt's legacy in the miniature world, the gateway to the miniature world suddenly closed after Jianchen left, trapping all the Divine King of Radiance inside. Aside from Gongsun, who's a descendant of the Grand Exalt, the other 5 wielders all have some connection to Jianchen. Don't you think that's a little too much of a coincidence?" Xianming sank into his thoughts when he heard that. His gaze changed as he became surprised and doubtful. He was extremely shocked. "Ming-Er, you better cultivate peacefully from now on. Don't worry about anything else. Don't even think about the method of the Exalted Saint. Even if you obtain it, you'll become mortal enemies with Gongsun. Gongsun is a descendant of the Grand Exalt, and he has obtained other legacies apart from the cultivation method. Logically speaking, it's perfectly justifiable for him to obtain the cultivation method," Xianzhan said with mixed feelings. He hesitated for quite a while, but he still did not tell Xianming that the martial soul lineage was an imperial clan in the end. He did not plan on letting a third person know about this shocking news, just in case the Radiant Saint Hall was thrown into an uproar. Did I do something wrong? Have I really been blinded by greed? Xianming could not help but ask himself at this moment. Jianchen left the desolate plain successfully through the teleportation formation in Donglin City. Afterwards, he traveled without stopping, teleporting along the way and returning to the Martial Soul Mountain in the shortest amount of time possible. He told the 7 other successors of the Martial Soul lineage everything he had learnt. If the 3 protector swords don't target us and only guard the desolate plain, the pressure we face will be reduced drastically. The other members of the Martial Soul lineage all let out a sigh of relief after hearing Jianchen's news. The only problem is Xianzhan. Xianzhan is already extremely powerful. Coupled with a protector sword, he's basically like a tiger that has grown wings. I have to admit that no one in our martial soul lineage is Xianzhan's opponent anymore, Hun Zong said sternly as he frowned heavily. Since we're not his opponent, we'll just guard the Martial Soul Mountain to the death. As long as we stay on the Martial Soul Mountain, even if Xianzhan has a protector sword, he won't be able to break through, said Su Qi's eldest sister. The Martial Soul Mountain was the final line of defense for the Martial Soul lineage. Unless they encountered a 9th heavenly layer Grand Prime, like the heaven-splitting ancestor, no one in the Saints' world could break through the Martial Soul Mountain. I hope our Martial Soul lineage can produce a 9th successor as soon as possible. Once the 9 successors gather, our Martial Soul lineage will usher in an unprecedented age of prosperity. We'll reign supreme in the Saints' world. After all, the records clearly state that when the 9 successors appeared, our Martial Soul lineage could even contend against Grand Exalts, said Chu Jian eagerly. Chapter 2554. Jianchen was extremely curious when he heard Chu Jian's words. Would the bottleneck that prevented the Martial Soul lineage from becoming a Grand Prime be temporarily broken with the appearance of the 9th successor? However, even after breaking through the shackles of Grand Prime, there was still a huge chasm between them and the Supreme Grand Exalt. He really did not understand how the 9 successors of the martial soul lineage could fend off grand exalts once they gathered. However, there was one thing he was almost certain about, and that was that it was definitely not through their own cultivation. This was because there was an insurmountable gap between Grand Prime and Grand Exalt. It was not so easy to break through. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for the Saints' world to have so many Grand Primes and so few Grand Exalt. It's a pity that the era when the 9 successors appeared was just too distant from now. Many records have already been lost, so I can't understand them in detail. Jianchen became even more curious about the martial soul lineage. He had already realized that the martial soul lineage probably had a great story behind it. It was definitely not as simple as it seemed on the surface. At the very least, the martial soul lineage was the only lineage in the entire Saints world that had never been severed. And this martial soul mountain seems to have been passed down from the previous epoch at the very least. It's impossible to know exactly how long it has existed from the history of the martial soul mountain. It's also impossible to verify who created it. And I feel like it's even more profound than the Tower of Radiance of the Radiant Saint Hall, Jianchen wondered as he stared at the mountain below him. Very soon, the 8 successors of the martial soul lineage dispersed. Jianchen also made his way to where he usually cultivated in seclusion. Along the way, he passed by the Poseidon Palace. He could not help but stop. He could not help but think about how his 5th senior sister wanted him to visit Zeun. He stood before the Poseidon Palace and stared at the majestic, azure hall. In the end, he did not approach it. Instead, he turned around and left. He knew that Zeun had developed feelings for him, but he had no intention of talking about personal matters. Since he had already explained everything to Zeun, it was best for him to maintain some distance. Time would dilute Zeun's feelings. If he got too close, it might be counterproductive. Artifact Spirit, do you submit now? Or do you choose to continue resisting stubbornly? Jianchen arrived before the medium-quality Artifact Divine Hall. He obtained from the Gloomwater sect again, and asked the Artifact Spirit. He had already considered leaving the Martial Soul Mountain, but he felt helpless when he looked at the Divine Hall before him. If the Artifact Spirit did not submit and chose to continue resisting, he would not be able to take a Divine Hall that could expand or shrink at any time. He would not be able to take teleportation formations across planes. You want me to submit to you? Don't even think about it. The Artifact Spirit of the Divine Hall stubbornly replied. If that's the case, I can only use you to test my martial soul force, Jianchen said coldly. He sat down before the Divine Hall and continued to use it to familiarize himself with the abilities of his martial soul force. If he did not subdue the Divine Hall, he would not be able to leave the Martial Soul Mountain. After all, there were just far too many treasures in the Divine Hall. There was even hell water that could tempt even Grand Primes. Jianchen also wanted the hell water, as he had already learnt that it was a divine material that could refine the soul. It even contained some fragments of ways. It had wondrous uses. Let's practice the Martial Soul Phantasm technique for the 3rd secret technique. Jianchen thought. The Martial Soul Phantasm technique was different from the soul-destroying technique and heaven-severing technique he had practiced before. If the soul-destroying technique and heaven-severing technique were mainly offensive, then the Martial Soul Phantasm technique was mainly supportive. It was a technique that used martial soul force to influence the souls of others, directly creating illusions in their heads to confuse their minds. If people with weaker wills or the difference in strength was too great, they might even lose themselves in the illusions forever under the influence of the Martial Soul Phantasm technique, unable to awaken. They would remain there forever. Of course, this was only one of the abilities of the Martial Soul Phantasm technique. It had another ability, which was soul-sucking. By soul-sucking, one could control the minds of others for a short period of time so that they could be controlled. Of course, soul-sucking was very difficult to use. It was useless against experts of the same level. It would only be effective against opponents much weaker than the user. Afterwards, Jianshan began to use the artifact's spirit to experiment with his martial soul phantasm technique. Obviously, he was unable to control the artifact's spirit through soul-sucking, but he could create illusions on the artifact's spirit. The artifact's spirit of the Divine Hall was very powerful, but most of its power came from the Divine Hall. If it could not borrow the power of the Divine Hall, it would remain extremely fragile. As a result, Jianshan's martial soul phantasm technique could still affect the artifact's spirit of the Divine Hall. In the following period of time, the artifact's spirit produced strange cries from time to time and began to ramble nonsense. Under the influence of the martial soul phantasm technique, it fell into illusions, experiencing stories that only it knew. It would sometimes laugh and sometimes cry, sometimes become excited and sometimes become fearful. Its emotions were constantly changing and extremely rich. Master, don't erase me. I've always been loyal to you. I've never been disloyal. Please, Master, don't erase me. Suddenly, the artifact's spirit produced a frightened voice as if it had encountered something extremely terrifying. The light in Jianshan's eyes flickered when he saw this. He was greatly surprised. He thought, I never thought that the martial soul phantasm technique would be so powerful. Even the artifact spirit of a medium-quality god artifact can't resist it. Or is it because the artifact spirit of these god artifacts is much weaker than fighters when it comes to resisting illusions? 5 years later, artifact spirit, I'll ask you one more time. Do you accept me as your master or not? If you accept me as your master, all the pain and suffering you have endured will vanish. Otherwise, you will experience this feeling for thousands of years. And if you continue to be stubborn, I'll directly erase you once my martial soul force becomes stronger, Jianshan called out as he sat before the Divine Hall. In the past 5 years, he had used the 3 martial soul secret techniques he had mastered in turn, making the Divine Hall's artifact spirit's life miserable. He had to endure hellish torture every day. Although Jianshan was still unable to injure it with his current strength, the feeling and the suffering was even more painful than directly injuring it. I yield. I accept you as my master. This time, the artifact spirit finally stopped persisting. It completely gave in. All right. Jianshan was overjoyed. After expending so much effort, he had finally subdued the Divine Hall. What happened afterwards was much simpler. Under the cooperation of the artifact spirit, Jianshan successfully refined the medium-quality god artifact. At the same time, he learnt the name of the Divine Hall, the Watercloud Hall. P.S. Many readers always complain that they never see the new chapters even after opening the page many times a day. It's very difficult to wait for the new chapters. Actually, Xiaoyao would notify them on his official WeChat account when he updated every day. At the same time, there would be a link to the original version on his WeChat account. There are also some readers who follow the Chaotic Sword God on other platforms. However, some platforms are not updated at all. Other readers have already seen the new content every day, but some readers are still stuck at the update from 10 days to half a month ago. As a result, in order to let you know about the updates as soon as possible, please follow Xiaoyao's official WeChat account, XingXingCao110. Pinyin was the pseudonym of Xiaoyao, Xinxing. There was also a number for the police, or you could find it by searching for Xinxing Xiaoyao on the official WeChat account. Chapter 2555. I can only unleash half of the power of this medium-quality god artifact. It really is worthy of being a god artifact used by chaotic primes. It's impossible to unleash the full power of a medium-quality god artifact without reaching chaotic primes, Jianshan thought. However, the greatest function of divine halls was defense. As a result, even if he could only unleash half of its power, he would be satisfied. Moreover, with the assistance of the artifact spirit, Controlling the Water Cloud Hall was countless times easier than controlling the Anata Tower without the artifact's spirit. With a flash, Jianshan vanished from the Martial Soul Mountain and arrived in the Water Cloud Hall. As a medium-quality god artifact, the interior of the Water Cloud Hall was extremely vast. It was so large that it seemed like a miniature world. However, Jianshan did not care about this at all. What he truly cared about in the Water Cloud Hall were the cultivation resources and various treasures that the Gloom Water sect had accumulated over all these years. He was the master of the Water Cloud Hall now, so he could control a portion of its power. With a thought, he arrived before the treasury of the Water Cloud Hall. The door to the treasury was forged from high-quality god-tier materials. It was extremely tough, and there were formations engraved on it as well. It was so tough that even some chaotic primes would struggle to get through it so easily. "Open!" Jianshan called out. With a deep rumble, the door to the treasury slowly swung open. Jianshan entered the treasury eagerly. When he saw what was inside, he could not help but smile. As a top sect, the Gloom Water sect was naturally rich in all kinds of resources. Inside the treasury there were many treasures. There were countless pills, heavenly resources, and wondrous materials. There were mountains of supreme-grade divine crystals. There were so many that they probably numbered in the hundreds of millions. There's actually 1,000,000 multicolored divine crystals as well. Jianshan's eyes immediately lit up when he saw the multicolored divine crystals. Although there were many supreme-grade divine crystals, they were only effective for Divine King Realm experts. Basically all Primordial Realm experts would use multicolored divine crystals to cultivate. At the same time, colored divine crystals were a type of currency that was even more valuable than supreme-grade divine crystals. It's a pity that most of the divine crystals are one-colored or two-colored. There are very few three-colored and four-colored divine crystals. As for five-colored divine crystals, they are even rarer. Jianshan felt some pity. There were millions of colored divine crystals in the pile, but if they were converted into five-colored divine crystals, there would only be around 100,000 of them. "Master, this is Hell Spring water. The Gloom Water sect can only harvest a single droplet of Hell Spring water every 1,000,000 years. There are still 12 droplets left." The voice of the artifact spirit of the Water Cloud Palace came. The space in front of Jianshan rippled for a while before 12 white jade vases appeared out of thin air in front of Jianshan. Jianshan's eyes burned with desire as he looked at the Hell Spring water. He had heard about the effects of the Hell Spring water. It was a heavenly resource that was extremely beneficial to the soul. Even Grand Primes would be tempted by it. "Half of my soul is already missing. I wonder if it'll affect me in the future. I hope the Hell Spring water can mend my soul," thought Jianshan. He left the Water Cloud Palace with a droplet of Hell Spring water. He planned on consuming it on the Martial Soul Mountain. Even though he was the master of the Water Cloud Palace now, he still felt like it would be safer on the Martial Soul Mountain. After all, the artifact spirit of the Water Cloud Palace had been tortured by him for many years. He could not guarantee that it would not resent him. Once it suddenly attacked him while he was cultivating, the consequences would be unthinkable. Jianshan opened the jade vase and checked it carefully. After confirming that there were no problems with the Hell Spring water, he drank the droplet in a single gulp. The Hell Spring water melted as soon as it entered his mouth, turning into a faint, white mist that drifted into Jianshan's soul. Immediately, Jianshan's mind shuddered. At that moment, an extremely comfortable feeling appeared from the depths of his soul, making him feel like he was floating in the clouds. At the same time, Jianshan could clearly sense that his soul had begun to condense under the presence of the Hell Spring water. If his soul had been mist-like before, it had begun to condense into a droplet of water after consuming the Hell Spring water. This was a qualitative change. It was a metamorphosis on a whole new level. Jianshan's soul seemed to have been reborn. It was undergoing a tremendous increase. That was not the only effect of the Hell Spring water. It also contained some fragments of the laws of the world. It was pure and did not possess any attribute. It could assist different people in comprehending different laws. Its effects were similar to the comprehension tea that Jianchen had ingested in the past. However, the hell spring water was clearly of a much higher grade than the comprehension tea he had obtained in the past. There aren't a lot of fragments of laws in the hell spring water. If I were to comprehend the laws of the sword, I probably wouldn't be able to break through even if there were 100 times more. I can only use it to comprehend the laws of the hallowed. Jianchen immediately sank into cultivation. He used the comprehension of laws from the hell spring water to comprehend the laws of the hallowed. This cultivation session lasted for half a month before it ended. When he opened his eyes, there was undisguised excitement in his eyes. A single droplet of hell spring water has allowed my martial soul force to break through from early overgod to mid-overgod. It saved me several decades of comprehension, and my soul has strengthened by a lot, thought Jianchen. Although the droplet of hell spring water was not enough for his damaged soul, he was very satisfied with the harvest. Afterwards, Jianchen ingested another droplet of hell spring water. He only roused after half a month of cultivation. However, the effects this time left him rather disappointed. The droplet of hell spring water only allowed his soul to grow by around a tenth, while his martial soul force remained at mid-overgod. The more powerful I am, the less effective the hell spring water will be. When my martial soul force was at early overgod, a single droplet of hell spring water could directly reach mid-overgod, but it would take me at least 3 droplets to reach late overgod from mid-overgod. If that's the case, I'll probably need 9 droplets at the very least to go from late overgod to early divine king. 9 droplets might not even be enough. Jianchen felt pity. Hell spring water was indeed good stuff, but there was just far too little of it. It was impossible for him to obtain a large amount. He looked at the remaining 10 droplets of hell spring water and did not consume any more. He stowed them away casually before visiting Hunzong and the others one by one. He began to bid farewell to them. 8th Junior, you're leaving the Martial Soul Mountain? The 7 other successors of the Martial Soul lineage were all surprised when they heard that Jianchen was about to leave. My clan is on the Cloud Plain, and my wife is on the distant Skyfire Plain. I've already left them for many years, so I miss them very much. As a result, I need to go, said Jianchen. If that's the case, we won't keep you any longer. 8th Junior, be careful outside. Once you come across powerful enemies you can't deal with, remember to summon us as soon as possible, said Hunzong. Jianchen nodded. Then he took out 7 droplets of hell water, planning to give it to everyone. Hell water isn't very useful to me. 8th Junior, you should keep it for yourself. You need it more. Hunzong and the others all declined. In the end, only Aoyama took a droplet out of the 7 droplets of hell water Jianchen took out. He stowed the other 6 droplets away. Chapter 2556. 8th Junior Brother, this spatial ship was forged by Senior Sister. As for its grade, although it's only a low-quality god artifact, it's already at the peak of low-quality god artifact. Although it's not a medium-quality god artifact, it's even better than a medium-quality god artifact in some aspects, said Jianchen. 5th Senior Sister Su Qi took out a white flying shuttle. The shuttle seemed like a rhombus-shaped crystal. It hovered in her hand silently as it shone with a faint white light. The pressure of a god artifact radiated from it. Since you're leaving the Martial Soul Mountain, you definitely need to travel. The spatial battleship I forged is as fast as chaotic primes. Even some weaker chaotic primes won't be able to catch up to this spatial battleship. Moreover, not only does this spatial battleship possess speed, but it also possesses great defense and piercing power. Once its speed is pushed to the limit, it'll possess extremely great offensive power. It can directly pierce through planets, Su Qi continued to explain to Jianchen in detail. Thank you for your good intentions, 5th Senior Sister. It's just far too valuable. Jianchen declined. A spatial battleship that was infinitely close to medium-quality God artifact was definitely several times more valuable than a medium-quality God artifact. This was because God artifacts like that were extremely difficult to forge and required extremely rare materials. As a result, special God artifacts like spatial battleships were several times more valuable than regular God artifacts. 8th junior brother, don't refuse. Your 5th senior sister is quite accomplished in the art of forging. Forging a low-grade divine artifact is nothing out of the ordinary for her. Just take this spaceship, said the 4th senior brother, Yun Ziding. 8th junior brother, don't reject 5th senior sister's gift. 5th senior sister is a grandmaster when it comes to forging artifact. In reality, basically every single senior brother of our martial soul mountain possesses a spatial battleship forged by 5th senior sister. Look, this is mine, Aoyama said. A spatial battleship also appeared in his hand. It was also rhombus-shaped, but it was very different from the one in Jianchen's hand. Aoyama continued, moreover, the spatial battleship forged by 5th senior sister isn't just a god artifact. It possesses the symbol of our martial soul lineage. Although our martial soul lineage isn't a supreme organization in the Saints' world, we still possess some deterrence. Regular peak organizations basically won't provoke our martial soul lineage proactively. Apart from the Radiant Saint Hall, our martial soul lineage has no enemies in the Saints' world. Jianchen stared at the spatial battleship in Aoyama's hand. He could tell with a single glance that Aoyama's spatial battleship was also a medium-quality god artifact. With that, Jianchen no longer declined. He accepted the spatial battleship from Su Qi. He had already thought it through. Even if he did not use the spatial battleship for himself, he could leave it to his Tianyuan family in the future. The spatial battleship was only the size of a palm when shrunken. The artifact's spirit had already been born inside. With the help of the artifact's spirit, the spatial battleship was refined with ease. 4 hours later, a silver-white streak of light flew off the Martial Soul Mountain. With a flash, it vanished into the depths of outer space. A silver-white, diamond-shaped battleship that was only 20 meters long tore through the icy space at an extremely terrifying speed, shooting off into the distance. Jianchen stood with his hands behind his back in the spatial battleship. He stared at the star map on the spatial battleship and murmured, "Fifth senior sister's spatial battleship really is extraordinary. It moves over 10 times faster than when I travel alone. Even chaotic primes probably can't match up to it. The only flaw is that the interior of the spatial battleship is a little small." Jianchen looked behind the spatial battleship. The limit of the spatial battleship was 20 meters. It could not get any larger. With the spatial battleship's assistance, Jianchen only used 4 hours to complete the journey that would have taken him 3 days. He arrived at the teleportation formation closest to the Martial Soul Mountain. After paying a few 5-colored divine crystals, he left through the teleportation formation. The Taoist sect of divine sound is on the Skyfire Plain. It's been so many years, so it's time for me to visit Mu. If it's possible, I'll take Mu back to the Tianyuan family, Jianchen thought. He constantly teleported between planes, directly heading to the Skyfire Plain of the 49 Great Plains of the Saints' World, Jianchen thought. In the past, he did not have the strength to take Mu away, but now, he was confident that he had the ability. After all, with his current battle prowess, basically no one could threaten him as long as chaotic primes did not appear. That included 9th Heavenly Layer Infinite Primes. Back in the Gloomwater sect, he could kill 9th Heavenly Layer Infinite Primes with just his profound sword chi. Moreover, his strength had improved once again after cultivating on the Martial Soul Mountain. As a result, only chaotic primes could pose a threat to him. As for cultivation resources, he had obtained the Water Cloud Hall. It contained a tremendous amount of resources accumulated by the Gloom Water sect over all these years. In terms of cultivation resources, Jianshan was confident that he possessed the same amount as the Taoist sect of Divine Sound. After over a dozen teleportations, Jianshan finally arrived at his destination, the Skyfire Plain. The teleportation formation was clearly set up in the city. As soon as he arrived, Jianshan saw the bustling square and streets up ahead. It's been so many years. I've finally set foot on the Skyfire Plain. I wonder how Mu-Er is right now. Jianshan sighed emotionally as he looked at the Skyfire Plain. In the past, after Shangguan Mu-Er had been taken away from the Cloud Plain by the experts of the Taoist sect of Divine Sound, the Skyfire Plain was a place so distant that he could only look up at it. This was because the amount of 5-colored divine crystals required to teleport across planes was an astronomical figure to him back then. At that time, he could only swear that there would be a day when he would cross through the distant cosmos with his own abilities and take Shangguan Mu-Er back from the Skyfire Plain. Now, he had finally done it. At this moment, the teleportation formation Jianshan had just used shone brightly once again. A vicious power of teleportation surged. "Sir, please move aside so that you don't get in the way of the people behind you." A soldier arrived before Jianshan and said to Jianshan very politely. Those who were able to teleport across continents were not ordinary people. As a result, the soldiers did not dare to offend them too much. At this moment, the teleportation formation flashed, and 5 figures were teleported over from the other planes. They appeared on the teleportation formation. Jianshan could not help but look over. He could tell with a single glance that 2 of the old men were primordial realm experts, but they were only early infinite primes. The remaining 3 people were a young master of an aristocratic family with an imposing appearance and a hint of arrogance between his eyebrows, and 2 women who looked like maids at first glance. Let's go. Let's go directly to the Taoist sect of Divine Sound. Among the 5, the young master from the aristocratic family said indifferently, but there was a hint of urgency in his eyes. The 2 female attendants stood to one side silently. They said nothing, while the 2 early infinite prime old men nodded slightly and immediately left with the 3 of them. They're going to the Taoist sect of Divine Sound again? It looks like these people are also going to propose marriage. After the 5 of them left, the soldier who had politely asked Jianshan to move aside murmured softly. The Taoist sect of Divine Sound? Propose marriage? Jianshan heard every single word the soldier said, which surprised Jianshan. He became rather curious. After all, he was about to go to the Taoist sect of Divine Sound. He wanted to learn more about everything related to the sect. Chapter 2557. The soldier Jianshan asked about was a late overgod. He was a minor commander here, so he naturally did not dare to slight Jianshan. He immediately replied politely, "Who else could it be? It's obviously the supreme prodigy of the Taoist sect of Divine Sound, Shangguan Mu." Jianshan's face immediately changed slightly when he heard that. It became rather sunken as cold light flickered through his eyes. Shangguan Mu-Er was his wife, yet a few large organizations were openly proposing marriage to her. This was a great mockery to him. However, the soldier failed to notice Jianshan's expression at all. In his eyes, Shangguan Mu-Er's name seemed to possess a mysterious charm. As soon as he mentioned Shangguan Mu-Er, undisguised admiration appeared in the soldier's eyes. He looked in the direction of the Taoist sect of Divine Sound and said, "It's said that not only is Shangguan Mu-Er of the Taoist sect of Divine Sound a supreme prodigy, having made it into the top 10 of the Divine King's throne 3 years ago, she's also extremely beautiful, a beauty who can bewitch all the men in the world. Just a single glance from her is enough to make any man who has seen her fight for her, die for her, and give up everything for her, including their own lives. Of course, that's not all of Shangguan Mu-Er's excellence. It's said that she's also the successor of the 3rd ancestor, a peak expert of Nez's Saints world. Her future is limitless, and it's extremely likely for her to become the third ancestor. It's exactly because of this identity that Shangguan Mu of the Taoist sect of Divine Sound has become a popular figure among many peak organizations on the Skyfire plane. They've used various methods to befriend and rope her in. Marriage is the most common method. I've even heard that many peak organizations have proposed marriage to the Taoist sect of Divine Sound on the Skyfire plane. Even large organizations from other planes have constantly come to the Skyfire plane to propose marriage to the Taoist sect of Divine Sound. What's the attitude of the Taoist sect of Divine Sound? With so many peak organizations proposing marriage, aren't they worried that Shangguan Mu already has a partner? Jianchen asked with a rather ugly expression. However, the soldier's eyes immediately widened when he heard that. He said sternly, "Sir, there are some things you can't say. Think about Shangguan Mu's identity. How can she have a partner? With Shangguan Mu's appearance and talent, I really don't know anyone in the vast saints world who's worthy of a supreme beauty like Shangguan Mu aside from the disciples of legendary Grand Exalts." However, the Taoist sect of Divine Sound's attitude is rather intriguing. I once heard our generals whisper that the Taoist sect of Divine Sound seems to want Shangguan Mu to marry Jun Kong. They don't want Shangguan Mu to marry someone else. Jianchen's eyes turned cold when he heard Jun Kong's name. He immediately snorted coldly and vanished with a flash, leaving with lightning speed. However, his snort was like a bolt from the blue to the soldier's head, immediately deafening him. Even his soul trembled uncontrollably. So powerful. He's a primordial realm expert at the very least. When he recovered, the soldier stared at where Jianchen had vanished in shock. He could not help but gasp. At the same time, Shangguan Mu sat in a cave and cultivated in a forbidden grounds of the Taoist sect of Divine Sound. The zither of the demonic cry had shrunk to the size of a hand, hovering above her head silently. Deep, ancient music seemed to ring out in the entire cave. These tunes were specifically targeted at the primordial spirit. If some weak ancient martial art practitioners were to step into this cave, their soul would probably be taken away by these ancient tunes in an instant. The cave was called the Cave of the Demonic and Divine. It was where the third ancestor of the Taoist sect of Divine Sound cultivated in the past. In the past, the third ancestor of the Taoist sect of Divine Sound had a total of 3 places for seclusion. They were the Cave of the Demonic and Divine, the Cave of Life and Death, and the Cave of All Things. They corresponded to the 3 supreme concepts that the third ancestor had created in the past: the heart of the demonic and divine, the heart of life and death, and the heart of all things. The heart of the demonic and divine was the most supreme of the 3 concepts. It was the greatest of the 3 concepts. Shangguan Mu spent all these years comprehending the concept of the demonic and divine in the Cave of the Demonic and Divine. She rarely emerged. At this moment, Tian, who hovered above Shangguan Mu's head, turned into a streak of light and vanished into her body. Afterwards, Shangguan Mu slowly opened her eyes. "Junior sister, your senses really are becoming more and more powerful. You sensed me as soon as I came, so you ended your cultivation." At this moment, a gentle voice rang out from outside the cave. Jun Kong held a fan in his hand as he smiled, making his way in elegantly. In the past few years, Jun Kong had completely recovered from his setback in Poseidon's palace. He had become the graceful and extraordinary divine king of the past once again. He was filled with confidence. This was because he had truly comprehended the heart of life and death in the past few years. He had gained a basic grasp of the concept of life and death. "Senior Jun Kong, why are you disturbing me time and time again instead of cultivating properly?" Shangguan Mu frowned slightly. She had become slightly impatient with Jun Kong. The cave of the demonic and divine was only separated by a wall from the cave of life and death. As a result, June Kong would often enter the cave of the demonic and divine from the neighboring cave of life and death, disturbing her cultivation many times. This made Shangguan Mu very displeased. June Kong smiled brightly. He did not mind Shangguan Mu's attitude at all. He said, "Junior Mu, you're mistaken. Master has arranged for the two of us to cultivate where the third ancestor once cultivated. Not only is it so that we can comprehend the heart of the demonic and divine, but it's also for us to interact with each other. After all, both the heart of the demonic and divine and the heart of life and death were created by the third ancestor in the past. If we interact and verify them together, we might be able to achieve unexpected results." Shangguan Mu was not interested at all. She said coldly, "Senior, please return. I still want to continue cultivating." June Kong did not leave. He sat down before Shangguan Mu and stared straight at her suffocating face. There was a sliver of extremely well-hidden desire in the depths of his eyes, but he did not show it at all. "Junior sister, aside from sharing my experiences with you, I've also come to pass on Master's wishes." June Kong paused there before continuing, "Junior sister, you must know that in the past few years, many peak organizations from various places have come to our Taoist sect of Divine Sound to propose marriage, but they've all been turned away by Master and the Wind Ancestor. However, those peak organizations refuse to give up. There are even many large organizations that don't belong to the Skyfire plane that have come to our Taoist sect of Divine Sound specially for you. The large organizations that have come are becoming more and more powerful. Our Taoist sect of Divine Sound can't afford to offend any of them. Even the Wind Ancestor, who spends most of her time in seclusion, is forced to emerge. However, Master and the Ancestors all know that this is not a long-term plan. Our Taoist sect of Divine Sound can't hold off the marriage requests from these large organizations for too long. Once someone tries to suppress our Taoist sect of Divine Sound, not only will our Taoist sect of Divine Sound not be able to stop them, but we might even suffer." June Kong's face became stern towards the end. He seemed to be completely worried for the future of the Taoist sect of Divine Sound. "I'm already married, and I have a son. If you announce this, those peak organizations won't be so shameless," said Shangguan Mu. June Kong shook his head. "Junior sister Mu, you underestimate yourself far too much. In order to tie you to their side, those peak organizations really won't care about that. As for your so-called husband, I believe once those peak organizations learn about him, they'll probably send people to hunt him down. After all, he's just a nobody with no background. Even if he's the Supreme Divine King, he won't be taken seriously by those peak organizations. In the Saints' world, it's not unheard of for women to remarry. As long as Jianshan dies, it'll be perfectly justifiable for you to remarry." Shangguan Mu's face was cold. Her expression did not change at all. She stood up and said coldly, "If that's the case, I'll leave the Taoist sect of Divine Sound, just in case I bring trouble to the sect." With that, she made her way out. "Junior sister Mu, please wait." June Kong stood up steadily and said, "Junior sister Mu, if you leave the Taoist sect of Divine Sound, it'll instead be easier for you to fall into the hands of those large organizations. However, Master has an idea that can make those peak organizations give up on marriage." Chapter 2558. Shangguan Mu paused when she heard June Kong's words. Disgust and extreme disgust appeared in her eyes. If she still had a sliver of camaraderie with June Kong in the past, it had been completely severed now. "Is this Ancestor Lien Qi's intentions?" Shangguan Mu asked without even looking back as she stood with her back to June Kong. Her voice was filled with coldness. "Junior sister, Master has come up with this plan for your sake. Many peak organizations have their eyes on you right now, and they're determined not to give up until they reach their goal. If you continue to say that Jianshan is your partner, the outcome will be that Jianshan will be killed by the people sent by these peak organizations. After all, he's just a nobody with no background, so they won't take him seriously. Jun Kong arrived before Shangguan Mu and said confidently, however, Senior Brother's identity is different. Senior Brother is a supreme prodigy of the Taoist sect of divine sound. If we get together and announce that you're my partner, the peak organizations that have their eyes on Junior Mu will naturally have nothing to say. After all, even though our Taoist sect of divine sound has declined, we're not a small organization that can be manipulated by others. Moreover, the Wind Ancestor has already reached the peak of cultivation. Once she breaks through, our Taoist sect of divine sound will become a peak organization once again. Senior, just give up. I, Shangguan Mu will only have a single husband in my life, and that's Jianshan. Even if my husband dies in the future, I will never become anyone's partner, Shangguan Mu said firmly. Jun Kong was filled with jealousy when he heard Shangguan Mu's firm words, but he did not show it. He sighed gently. Junior sister, just what's so good about Jianshan? Why do you always think about him? Shangguan Mu said nothing more. She turned around and made her way out of the cave of the demonic and divine. She was completely disappointed in the Taoist sect of divine sound right now. If Jun Kong had only come up with this idea, her opinion of the Taoist sect of divine sound would not have changed. She would still approve of this sect. However, this idea came from one of the four ancestors of the Taoist sect of divine sound, Lian Qi. This made her completely disappointed in the sect. A sliver of determination appeared in Jun Kong's eyes as he stared at Shangguan Mu's back. He thought, Junior sister, since you're so heartless, don't blame me. A dark red pill silently appeared in Jun Kong's hand behind his back. The pill was called Drunken Dream. It was a gift from his master, one of the four ancestors of the Taoist sect of divine sound, Lian Qi. The only use of the intoxicating aphrodisiac pill was to make people fall into lust. Its effects were extremely shocking, having reached the level of God tier. Let alone Divine King, even infinite primes or weaker chaotic primes would struggle to resist the temptation of the intoxicating aphrodisiac pill. They would lose their minds and fall into lust uncontrollably. Jun Kong held the pill as he stared at Shangguan Mu's back. He could not help but smile evilly. Afterwards, he exerted some force, and the pill was immediately crushed to pieces. Immediately, a faint red smoke spread out from the intoxicating illusion pill. The red smoke spread out at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, it filled the entire divine demon cave. After that, it continued to spread even further. In less than a few seconds, the cave of the demonic and divine, the cave of life and death, and the cave of creation were filled with the pink mist. Shangguan Mu was enveloped by it. The effects of the intoxicating dream pill were extremely shocking. In just a single instance, Jun Kong was affected. His eyes became scarlet red. Junior sister, forgive me. I don't want to do this either. It's just that I want you too much. After today, you belong to me, Jun Kong said in a low voice. His breathing became heavier and heavier. His scarlet eyes burned with the flames of lust. Shangguan Mu slowly turned around. Her eyes were clear, but they were extremely sharp right now. She clearly did not seem to be affected at all. Above her head, the zither of the demonic cry, which had shrunk to the size of a palm, floated there quietly, shrouding her in a layer of faint light. She seemed to be in a different world within the light. No matter how the red mist permeated the cave of the demonic and divine, it was unable to approach Shangguan Mu. She was invulnerable. Looking at Jun Kong, who seemed to have become a beast in heat, a sliver of killing intent that had not appeared in Shangguan Mu's eyes for many years appeared. It was bone-chilling. She said coldly, Jun Kong, since you want to dig your own grave, I'll fulfill your wish. From today onwards, we are no longer fellow disciples. Jun Kong's actions of using the intoxicating dream pill had completely infuriated Shangguan Mu. With a flash of light, the zither of the demonic cry returned to its normal size. Shangguan Mu held it in her hands as she plucked the strings gently with her slender fingers. Suddenly, a sound like the sound of the heavenly demon was heard. The sound penetrated the metal and cracked the stone. Nothing could stop the sound from invading. When the sound reached Jun Kong's ears, his body stiffened slightly. His eyes immediately blanked out, as if he had lost his soul. He had become a walking corpse. He had been completely controlled by the sound of the zither. The artifact spirit of the zither of the demonic cry had already awakened from its slumber. Shangguan Mu had already obtained the complete legacy of the third ancestor from the artifact spirit, so her grasp over the way of the zither had basically reached a level of perfection. She easily controlled Jun Kong. Without any exaggeration, Jun Kong had temporarily become Shangguan Mu's puppet. His soul was under her control. His life and death were all in Shangguan Mu's hands. Jun Kong bellowed out like a beast. Under Shangguan Mu's control, he directly flew out of the forbidden grounds. The Cloud Moon Peak was the mountain where the female disciples of the Taoist sect of divine sound resided. At this moment, there was a hot spring at the back of the Cloud Moon Peak that gave off white steam. A group of women were playing around in the hot spring, and they would shriek and giggle from time to time. This was where all the female disciples of the Cloud Moon Peak bathed and changed. At this moment, a figure shot over and stopped above the Cloud Moon Peak. He was Jun Kong, who had hurried over from the forbidden grounds of the Taoist sect of divine sound. However, when he arrived here, Shangguan Mu had already stopped controlling Jun Kong. As a result, Jun Kong had already recovered. However, he was still under the influence of the intoxicating aphrodisiac pill. He had completely lost himself in lust. He was like a ferocious beast in heat, panting heavily as he floated outside the Yunhua Peak. His gaze fell directly on the back mountain of the Yunhua Peak, where the virgin disciples were bathing and changing their clothes in the hot spring. Then, with a low roar, he charged over like a bull. P.S. 17K has been holding an event in the past few days. We welcome the 11th annual meeting of writers. There will be great rewards. From May 23rd to May 29th, all the red packets received by the invited authors will be returned to the authors. The website will not take part in the profits. Event prizes author rewards. All red packets received during the meeting will be given out in full. The top 10 will receive a banner image of the entire website for a week in June. The top 3 will receive special promotion for a month and will be promoted internally and externally. Reader rewards. If the total amount of red packets received during the event is over 1,000 yuan, the reader will be rewarded with a mouse, earpiece, keyboard, or power bank. If the reader receives 500 yuan, the reader will be rewarded with a pillow or card set. If the reader receives 200 yuan, the reader will be rewarded with a card set, a card set, a card set, and an autograph of the author. Note: after the event, the winner will be notified of the details in a letter, so it will be easier to mail out the prize. 17K has the final right to explain.